destination. Oh. So last we left Phoenix Wright, we were going for Mask the Mask. It turned out that Mask the Mask, or hold on, that's not his name. Where is it? Hopefully I still have it. Yeah, there it goes. It's not Mask the Mask. It is Mask the Masque. Can you guys even hear that? Wondering if it's too soft. Do you guys hear this chime? I should probably download it. Hopefully when I download it I can also play it at a higher sound volume. Yeah, it's pretty soft. There we go. That seems like you could hear it a lot better. Alright, let me close this. You're more attuned to hear those. You're more attuned, I see. Makes sense. Alright, that should be good enough. Mask. The mask. Alright, and what else happened? Master Mask, he believes that, we believe that Master Mask believes that he is the Mask, but he might not actually be, but maybe his wife thinks that he's not, but he could be, so, but there's proof that he wasn't there at the crime, but at the same time there is proof, and it's all a convoluted little mess that we're all going to figure out today and during the trial, if you don't already know. So again guys, thank you for retweeting the links and everything. We're gonna go ahead and start.
Hey, Nick.
Oh wait, you guys don't see it. Hold on. I need to update. Sorry for the bad startup. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I'm very annoyed with this song. I feel like I hear this song all the time. I think I have like 3 different versions of this exact same song, and they all sound the same. Okay.
Hey, Nick.
What is it? What is something wrong?
Nah, but did you see all the people here? It's crazy. Oh, so check out the mask. The mask glossy I bought.
You bought this? Where?
Hi, from the little tent in front of the courthouse. They have all sorts of things there. You know I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff.
Mask? The mask. Publicity photo. I need to get this somewhere where I can get it. Alright. Oh.
Come on, I'm guilty. Throw the book at me. Who's screaming like that? Oh, Mr. Wright, you made it.
Yeah, I did, but it doesn't look like things are gonna get any less ugly for you.
Because I did it! I'm the criminal, me! He's at it again. I sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor, I admit it!
But you don't have the sacred urn, right?
Well, that's true, but that doesn't mean that I didn't commit the crime.
Normally, when I say, of course you didn't, I'm being sarcastic. But you? Hex.
Anyway, I admit that I'm guilty. So make sure to give me a guilty verdict, please. Oh, there you are, Ronnie. Bonjour, sweetie. Oh, Desi, honey. Bonjour. Well, actually, I don't really know why I should be speaking French to you at a time like this. Leave it to me, Ronnie. I swear I'll protect you. Well, yeah, you see, actually, the thief is. Can I tell you something, Nicky boy? I can guarantee that my Ronnie is innocent. If he's declared guilty, I will be ever so cross with you.
So why are you smiling when you say it?
Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got errands I need to take care of. I'm counting on you, Nicky boy. Good luck.
To be honest, I really don't know whether Ron or is the masqué or not. But there's only one thing I am sure of. He doesn't have the sacred urn right now.
Mr. Delight, it's time for you to enter the courtroom.
For the time being, I guess I'll just have to trust Desiree. Ellie. Yeah, I enjoy these games a lot, Ellie. Ellie Belly. Hi, Ash. Hey, dog. How's it going, dog? Hope everybody's doing well. Thank you for the host, everyone. Ellie, thank you for the host. Ash, thank you for the host. Appreciado.
Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Rondelite.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
What about the prosecution? Are you prepared to...
What a stupid question. What a stupid question. What a stupid question. Thanks, Dog Crash, for the host as well. Hold on. What's his voice gonna be? What is his voice gonna be? Could be like Francesca, but not high. Let me tell you, Mr. Lawyer. Let me tell you, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Lawyer. It doesn't sound as good.
What did you say?
Fine. Let me ask you then, Your Honor. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Are you ready to pass judgment? But no, I'm not. I will pass judgment after I hear arguments from both sides.
Well, if you're not ready yourself, you shouldn't expect others to be. That's a rule to live by.
Who are you?
I am Godot, legendary prosecutor. I've never lost a case.
He's the one that Detective Atme was talking about.
Yes, your reputation precedes you. What kind of cases have you dealt with so far?
None.
What did you say?
I've never prosecuted a case before.
Never. But you said you never lost before.
Exactly. I never lost. I've never won before either.
Quite arrogant for a beginner, aren't you?
Even the mightiest of redwoods begin their lives as mere saplings.
Yes, but a mask in a court of law?
Ha! Oh, don't you know anything? No matter the man, we all wear masks, either on our faces or over our hearts.
This guy's the real deal, Nick.
Why does it seem like all prosecutors are the real deal? So, we finally meet Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Nick, is he a friend of yours?
No, I don't have any friends that call me trite. Just who is this masked man? I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you.
Well then, Mr. Prosecutor Gabo.
It's not Gabo. It's Godot, Your Honor.
In any case, please give your opening statement.
Opening statement? Well, those things do not fit for... Those things do not fit for... Those things are not fit for even a dog's... For dogs to consume. I only have one thing to say before we start. To you, Mr. Trite.
But what is it?
Are you familiar with the saying, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link? I wonder how much you can withstand before you and your case break into.
Well then, let's witness from the first witness. My name is...
No one asked for your name, witness. The important thing is what you know. That's all. Start talking. We're listening.
Yes, sir. All right, witness. First, let's hear about... what do you know about the thief that stole the urn? Yes, sir. The mask is a master thief that first started his crime spree 6 months ago. He's so confident that he sends his calling card before he even commits the crime. This was his 5th heist, so as usual, he sent a card to Dorothy Taylor. His pattern is to always go after only the most precious spots. That's why we're sure it was the mask. It fits his MO to the T.
Judges Mr. Miyagi? Actually, Mr. Miyagi is different. Mr. Miyagi is more of,
I'm Mr. Miyagi. Let's look at this right here.
Well, the judge is more of...
So, then actually, the identity of the mask is...
See? If Mr. Miyagi was saying that, it would be...
So then the actuality, intent of this mask, the mask is...
See, there's a difference. Mr. Miyagi is different.
So then the actuality of this mask, the mask is... Mr. Godot, what are you doing? We're in the middle of a trial here, Mr. Godot.
Blacker than a moonless night, hotter and more bitter than hell itself. That is coffee. I'm sure you can grant me at least this much, Your Honor. Oh, please, proceed.
Very well. It is only coffee after all.
What? You can't be letting him slide this early in the trial.
Proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Oh, well, Nick, what are you going to do?
As long as they haven't brought up Mr. Delight's identity, all we can do is show that it wasn't the Masqué who stole the urn.
The Masqué is a master thief that first started his crime spree 6 months ago.
Have you been involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yep, nobody knows more about the thief than me, pal. It's true. I'm a Zavary, author on thieves.
An author? He's written books about thieves?
I think he probably meant to say authority.
And the fact that this guy can slip through even my fingers shows how good he is, pal.
It's easy when those fingers happen to be Butterfingers. So nobody knows more about the thief than you, huh?
You got it, pal, except maybe for the thief's mom, that is.
But isn't there someone who knows even more about him than the police?
You don't mean Detective Zavary, do you? Who is this person? Zavary. It sounds German. His name is Look at Me, sir. I guess I shouldn't have made up such a silly name for him.
What the heck? I guess he's not all that famous after all.
Anyway, it's true that he did manage to retrieve the last item the thief stole. Oh, I see. It seems you're not the expert you claim to be. It looks like the thief is toying with me even now. He's so confident that he sends his calling card before he even commits a crime.
Have you seen all of these so-called calling cards?
Of course I have, except the person in charge of the treasure exhibit never brought their card to the police. So I didn't see this one until after the crime occurred.
That's because Detective Acme stopped Miss Andrews from taking it to the police.
Was the calling card that Lori Taylor received authentic? Well, all the cards have one common identifying feature, but we're not releasing that information to the general public. But you're absolutely certain that this card is real.
Gumshoe can't say it. Gumshoe can't say it, but I bet he's talking about the mask emblem. One second, my what you call it? My compressor is compressing me too early. Yeah, it's still compressing me way too early. Alright, I think that should be fine. That's not too loud, is it, chat? Do you guys need it to be louder? Or, I mean, not louder, softer? If I go like that, is it too soft or too loud? Seems good. It's not ear breaking or anything. Alright, if it's okay, then I'll continue. It was just cutting me off. I'm sure you guys heard it. It sucks in the air. I mean, that's true. This is a version of that works with sound. Alright, let's continue. Gumshoe can't say. Gumshoe can't say. I feel like I'm too loud. Gumshoe can't say it out loud, but I bet he's talking about mask. Gumshoe can't say it out loud, but I bet he's talking about mask. The mask's emblem.
This was his fifth heist. This was his fifth heist, and as usual, he sent a card This was his fifth heist, and as usual, he sent a card on to Lorelei Taylor.
Hold it!
His fifth heist and your fifth screw up, huh?
Objection, pal. That ain't fair. Maybe you could say I screwed up 4 times. But this last time wasn't my fault. I didn't know about the calling card this time.
You of all people shouldn't be chuckling about this, Detective Gumshoe.
I just want everyone here in the courtroom to know something. If you ever get a calling card from this guy, don't call some stupid private eye. Call your local police right away, got me?
Wow, it looks like he's really got it for Detective Atney.
His pattern is to always go after only the most precious art pieces.
Hold it!
Art pieces? Like what, for example?
Well, his first target was the famous Tear of Amon. What's that? Some kind of especially salty teardrop? No, sir. It's a blue diamond, a single L diamond. Next was the crown of Bongora. You know, the thing you put on your head. And after that, it was the left hand of Hades, and then the portrait of Megina, sir. Detective Atney retrieved the portrait of Megina and returned it to the museum.
And the target of his fifth and last robbery was the sacred urn, right?
But isn't it difficult for him to dispose of such famous art pieces? Well, we assume he must have some underworld connections.
Somehow, Mr. Delight doesn't look the type.
Yeah, he's a little too sunny to be hanging out in the underworld.
That's why I'm sure that it was masks. The masks, sir. It fits his MO to the T.
Hold it!
What do you mean to say it fits his MO to a T?
I was thinking of asking the same thing myself. I wish you could listen a little more closely, pal. First of all, There's a calling card. We're 100% certain it's authentic. Then there's the fact that he seems to know all about the security system. And finally, his target was a piece, a not piece. These are all part of the thief's modus operandi. Since these robbery seems fit all, and so since this robbery seems to fit all those conditions. That's right. That means that the mask is behind it.
Nick, it definitely looks like it was the Masqué who stole the urn.
But there's no real evidence either way as to whether Ron Delight is the Masqué.
But
Also, the urn hasn't churned up yet, let alone in connection to Mr. Delight himself.
so even though we know it was the Masqué that did it,
Maybe for the time being, I should try to show that it wasn't the Masqué that did it.
The Masqué is a master thief that first started his crime spree 6 months ago.
Oops.
Hold it!
Have you been involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yep, nobody knows more about the thief than me, pal. It's true,
Wait, we already pressed this? Oh yeah, we already pressed all of this. Fits his MO to the T. How do we present? Sent before a heist, the emblem. To the security lord of the tailor, I will be coming to purloin the take good care of the speckled urn, won't you? Mask. That is why.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I'm thinking the same thing myself. Listen, there's cards of this fact that it seems security. Finalize target. Since there is a mask. Nick's definitely okay. But let alone the connection to Delight himself, even though we know he did it. Maybe for the time being I should try and show it wasn't Master Mask that did it. Master Mask is a master of thief that first started his crime spree 6 months ago, so confident that he sends a calling card before he commits the crime. Then, this was his 5th heist, and as usual he sent the card on to Lord of the Tailor. His pattern is always to go I feel only the most precious art pieces. Objection, Your Honor. Does this look like something that's precious? A precious piece of art? That's probably... I'm gonna object to that. That's why I shared it. Alright, chat. We are going to... We're going to object. Be ready for the objection in chat. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Hopefully this is correct. We want to present this crappy picture of crappy treasure because obviously it was appraised at $0. So why would he steal it? Alright, so... Objection!
Objection!
Nope. Your Honor, what do you think about this statement?
I'm not sure I follow you.
It's clearly contradicts my thought.
You don't sound very sure, Mr. Wright. Objection denied.
Why? I don't think that won me any points with the judge. He hasn't said anything different in the longest time. Maybe I was supposed to present this. One of the treasure pieces supposedly pricey, but it was this. I had to present this. Not the picture. The most precious art pieces. Alright. Again, chat. We're going to object again. Object with me. If you believe this is right. If you agree with me, anyway. Objection!
Objection!
Can I ask you a little something, Detective Gumshoe?
Just hearing the little in the question is making me nervous.
You said that he always goes after the most precious art pieces, right?
That's right, pal.
But there's one problem. That's not what he did in this case. The supposedly priceless urn doesn't exactly rise to the level of precious art.
What do you mean?
Nick, how can you say something such a terrible thing?
No, I meant from a financial point of view. I mean, it wouldn't fetch a good price.
Well, Mr. Godot, what is the value of that urn?
The appraiser I spoke to said they couldn't attach a price to it. And I mean that in the worst sense. So in other words, it was not the kind of item that the Masqué would normally go after.
If I understand you correctly, Mr. Wright, you're saying that the thief of the sacred urn was not the work of the Masqué.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Actually, all I did was point out the contradiction. The argument made itself, but...
Well, first of all, we need to get this issue cleared up. Was the last robbery the work of the Masqué or not? What do you have to say about this, Mr. Godot?
This coffee here is my own special blend. I call it Godot number 107. I'm trying to decide whether to cut down the acidity or the bitterness. That's the only thing I've got on my mind right now, Mr. Trite.
But what?
If you're really a man, you should clean up your own messes. I'm sorry, but I don't get what you mean.
If you're saying it wasn't Mask, the Mask that stole the urn, then it must be someone imitating a Mask. The Mask's method. A fake. A fake? The Mask?
Fake? Demasqué? But that sounds so ridiculous. But I like it.
Now, before I decide on my coffee, I believe some proof is in order, Mr. Trent. Proof that the person who appeared at Lordly Taylor that night was actually a fake. Though I don't approve of Mr. Godot's behavior, this point is valid. Mr. Wright, we're waiting.
It looks like I'm going to have to prove it. I need proof that the person at Lordly Taylor is, in fact, was a fake Mask, the Masqué. A fake? What do you mean? How am I supposed to prove that? I need proof that the person at Lordly Taylor that night was, in fact, fake the Masqué. Fake the Masqué.
Fake the Mask.
Fake the mask. Dun 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 dun. I can't prove it was a fake the Masqué. Somebody's profile. Have the proof. Whose profile? Zavary. There's not any people we can really. There's not really anybody that we can be like, hey, this guy, he's fake because we're showing you this profile. Sent before the heist. Coming up, most priceless work of art on display. I don't. Let me see. What does Master Mask look like compared to his publicity photo? Check. He has his little thing, his shoulder pads, his mask, hat, gloves. Alright. And his photo where we find him. His shoulders, hat, the little thing. Wait, but the little thing isn't on his neck. That's how it's fake. Here, you take... Take that. Take that. The proof is right here.
This looks like a photo taken by the security camera.
But if you look closely, you'll notice something peculiar about it.
Well then, why don't you go ahead and show us what it is? Go on, use the pointer and show us. Just what about this picture is so peculiar?
His neck. I said his neck. Weren't you paying attention?
Take that!
It's right here, of course.
You mean Mask-Demaskey's... Mask-Demaskey?
I have here a piece of reference I would like the court to take a look at.
Isn't that the publicity photo I bought this morning?
The problem I have with the security camera photo is the brooch on Demaskey's chest.
A breach? Here? Bailiff! Get my steed! We need to retreat at once!
A brooch, Your Honor. It's a sort of clasp for holding one's cape on.
A clasp, eh? I see now. But the Demaskey in the security camera photo. He has no brooch.
That brooch is the same as the emblem on Demaskey's calling card and serves as his symbol. But the thief that broke into Lordly Taylor wasn't wearing a brooch. In other words, Demaskey is a fake.
I've been fooled again. Order! It's true, undeniably true. Detective Gumshoe, how could you have overlooked this? I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how I... Hey now, if you're gonna have a pity party, invite me too. Mr. Kiddo, you deserve some blame in this too. How could you have overlooked such a brooch? Ha, the brooch you're talking about. Do you mean this?
That's Demaskey's brooch.
Where did you find it? Well, I've always had a good nose for evidence. I got it at the crime scene. It was hidden in the shadow of a big female Buddha statue.
Buddha statue? He must mean the Ame statue.
But why didn't you tell me about that, sir? I always put evidence away in my pockets. After all, it's the safest place for crucial evidence.
This guy is one cool customer.
It's a little early to be shaken up, isn't it, little lady? That friend of yours left pretty little hickeys on there too. Hickeys? Figuratively speaking, of course. I'm speaking to Ron Delight's fingerprints. What? What? The defendant's fingerprints are on the brooch. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, let's see the brooch. They have grown attached to my metallic girlfriend here. Take good care of her. Is she? I mean, it appears I have been torn off some. It's been torn off some clothing. There's a little bit of clothes left on the back. Obviously, there must have been a big struggle that night at the crime scene.
Uh-oh. Phoenix, we have a problem.
You mess with Godot, then you get burned.
He's been playing me like a violin.
Well, Judge, I'm about ready to call my next witness. Huh? You're done with me? But I haven't proved anything yet. You've proven your own incompetence. That's good enough. That doesn't sound good at all. Bailiff, bring the next witness into the courtroom.
Finally. Time for the ace detective to make his appearance, huh?
The 1 second is one drip of the coffee pot. Let's hurry it up. Shush! Silence!
What was his voice?
Silence! Shh! Silent!
No. I forgot his voice. Something like that.
Shh! Silence! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What's clear? Zebedee! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. What have we here is a judge and a prosecutor. A coffee maniac at that. Am I correct? Well, yes, that's right. Not bad. Not bad at all. You're the first person that ever been able to penetrate my secret veil. Well, Sir Prosecutor, let me introduce myself. My name is Look at Me, Ace Detective and Rising Star illuminating the heavens.
Hi, these two make a perfect pair.
They'd better be. They'd either be best friends or they'd tear each other's heads off.
I've heard that on the night of the crime, you were all alone on security detail. And you have heard correctly. My specialty made monocle is worth more than 100 Detective Gumshoes. If Detective Gumshoe was worth anything, that is.
Why was this guy all by himself anyway? There must be some reason. I'm sure of it.
Well then, tell us what this special monocle of yours witnessed. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, and just after the date change. That's when my nemesis and infamous mask, the Maskey, dancingly descended upon me. As I began to turn, the coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike, and when I awoke, he was gone. 30 minutes later, I used an emergency phone to notify the police. So you didn't get a clear look at the criminal? My specially made monocle never misses a thing. However, that is limited to things that fall within my own visual range. But of course, that's only natural. I fail to see why the witness seems so proud of his performance that evening. Well, sir, old-timer, let me explain. We are not speaking of an ordinary thief, but the king of thieves, the great Mask, the Maskey, my arch-enemy. That is why my instincts and my years of experience, that is what my instincts and years of experience tell me. Very well. Proceed with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, just after the date change.
Hold it!
So that would be 1 o'clock on the morning of the 12th, correct?
That's an impressive deduction, lawyer.
You were on security duty that night. Where exactly were you at the time?
The penetrating question. I was in the basement warehouse near the computer.
Near the computer, huh?
So, then you weren't trying to remain hidden, I take it? Up to this point, I have tried to remain concealed while waiting for the thief.
Yeah, he said the same thing yesterday, too.
Gumshoe said that they never spotted the thief at the crime scene before.
Precisely, that is precisely why I choose not to hide last night. I knew by not concealing myself, I would be putting pressure on the thief.
Looks like the thief was the one applying pressure. On your pigeony head, that is.
In any case, that's when my nemesis, the infamous Mask, the Maskey, dancingly descended upon me.
Hold it!
Dancingly descended from where exactly?
Well, from the entrance, I suppose. Where else?
So, in actuality, he neither danced nor descended. Someone save me, please. So how is it that you didn't notice the thief?
My eyes were looking for the thief's shadow while my ears listened for his footfalls. And even so, the dastardly criminal managed to sneak up on me. It can only be due to his subtly camouflaged cape and soft-soled shoes.
I hereby W. Ace Dunce.
Just as I began to turn, the coward struck with a fierce blow upon my noble hand.
Hold it!
You didn't see the criminal's face when that happened?
Well, that's difficult part. That's the difficult part. How should I put it? I saw his mask. That's all I can recall. That's not very solid as far as a testimony. However, unfortunately, I had my third monocle, the security camera, at the ready. It captured this image perfectly. This should be sufficient, I believe. Well, as long as the photo is authentic, I don't see a problem here. Well, Mr. Godot, do you have a problem with the photo? Good. Let's continue with the testimony. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I awoke, he was gone.
Hold it!
Attacked and knocked unconscious, and you weren't able to do a thing? That's certainly some impressive detective work.
Huh? Well, Sir Lawyer, have you ever been suddenly struck on the head?
Huh? Well, actually, yes. By a fire extinguisher.
And what happened?
I was knocked out.
And you lost your memory, too.
You see, you have no right to look down on me, do you? The only reason I didn't lose my memory was because I have more brains to begin with.
He may have brains, but the wiring to the self-reflection part seems to be severed. Severed. Hold on. He may have brains, but the wiring to his self-reflection part seems to be severed.
In any case, that was how I was knocked senseless, and then 30 minutes later, I used an emergency phone to notify the police.
What is the detective said is suspicious? How could he not have noticed when the thief came in?
Also, he says he was knocked unconscious before he could fight back. But that can't be right. It contradicts the evidence.
Huh? Which piece?
And the real question is, why would he tell us such an obvious lie? Hold on. I didn't press the last part. That means then I used the emergency phone to call the police.
Hold it!
About this 30 minutes.
My silver cord was loosened and my soul fled to the gold halls of Elysium.
As usual, I have no idea what this guy is saying.
I think he's saying that he was out cold.
So, what happened during these 30 minutes? No one can say, Your Honor. The span of time has truly vanished into the ether.
Just what is he going on about?
There's something suspicious about Detective Atme. How could he not have noticed when the thief came in?
He also says he was knocked unconscious before he could fight back. Hold on. Alright, so approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, the tape changed. That's when my nemesis, mask, just began to turn. The coward struck with a fierce blow at a noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. Then I awoke, he was gone. 30 minutes later, I used the emergency phone to notify the police. And began to turn. Coward. No, you didn't. Mr. Dunn, the crime with a blow to the back of the head. With a blow to the back of the head. But how can I prove it was to the back of the head? Whatever. Snuck up and you hit you. You didn't turn around at all. You didn't see his face at all. You didn't expect it at all. There was no struggle or fight. It was just you. Alright, I'm gonna present this, chat. Hopefully I'm right. If you agree with me, feel free to object with me.
Objection!
Okay. No, nobody else agreed with me.
Your Honor, the statement contradicts this evidence.
It does. I don't see anything contradictory.
Really?
Objection denied. Try to think more before you make accusations, Mr. Wright.
Looks like everybody agreed with me and you're all wrong. Oops, that didn't go so well. That didn't go so well. That didn't go so well. Oops, that didn't go so well. I'm really... See, it's doing it. Like... Oh... I'm peeking. I see what's going on. Huh. One second. Yes. Okay, about right there. Okay. I forgot that I can't adjust the volume via my mixer for my mic at the moment until I get a new cable. I have to adjust it via the compressor expander thing, and that's what's messing everything up. I was peaking and now I shouldn't be peaking. Yeah, now I should be completely fine and I shouldn't be cutting off anymore. Yeah.
Check 1 2, check 1 2, 2 2 2 2.
Alright, let's continue.
Just as I begin to cower towards the fierce blow, my noble...
Doctor swallowed me before I could land a single strike. I do feel a lot softer, but that just might be me. I think I need just a tad louder. Just a tad louder. That's perfect right there. That's what I want.
A tad, ha, get it? Tads, because you could support me with tads.
Those such. 30 minutes later, I use the emergency phone. Doctor swallowed me before a single strike. Before I could land a single strike. Found in the shadow of Atmi Faye, looks like there was torn off from the clothing. So if this was torn off from the clothing over there, but you didn't land a single strike or anything, you didn't even get to see him, I don't understand how this is torn off unless it was torn off a different way. I'm gonna present this here. He says he didn't land a single strike, but how did he tear this off then? How did you tear it off? So if you agree with me, feel free to object with me. In about 15 seconds, I'm going to present this because he had to tear it off somehow. So it has to be true. It has to be that you did see him more than you're expressing. You're lying somehow. So, objection! Mr. Atme, could you take a look at this with your special monocle, with that special monocle of yours?
This belongs to the criminal mastermind, my arch nemesis, Mask. The Maske. It is in fact, Mask. The Maske's brooch.
It was found on the floor of the basement warehouse. I wonder how that happened.
Elementary, my dear lawyer. Obviously, it wasn't glued on well enough.
Not quite. It clearly shows signs of being ripped off a piece of clothing.
Ripped off? Ooh, aha!
And we can only deduce that the thief struggled with someone that night. That's the only thing I can think of. And there's only one person that was in position to have struggled with the thief. The only person that was on security duty that night. You, Detective Atme. Detective Atme, you must have fought with the thief last night. So why did you lie in your testimony to the court?
Witness, giving false testimony is a serious crime.
No.
Wait just a moment, sir, old-timer. Don't talk to me like I'm like I'm living in a nursing home. I just remembered, Your Honor. I was just confused because I've been dealing with so many cases lately. The true measure of a man is in the amount of work he does. That's what I always say.
Nick, you can only handle one case at a time. Isn't that right?
You talk too much.
Witness, so are you now saying that you and the thief fought?
Hold on. That's quite enough, Your Honor.
Baby, excuse me?
Save the big questions for the testimony. That's one of my rules.
Indeed, I understand. Look at me, agree completely. Indeed, it's true that I looked away from the door for a brief moment. However, look at me cannot be so easily discombobulated. Unfortunately, the thief grabbed the weapon from the side and rendered me senseless. A true gentleman fights only with his fists. But they were not enough. His first blow struck true. Bam! And that's all she wrote.
Oh, who wrote? Who's writing here? I object! There's nobody writing anything.
So, in the end, you did catch a glimpse of the Maske. Correct. If it was during this third crime that he struck me from behind. It seems that my memory has become a tad jumbled, so to speak. That's certainly understandable. I myself always get confused about which testimony goes with which case.
That can't be good.
Indeed, it's true that I looked away from the door for a brief moment.
So why did you look away from the door anyway?
In addition to the camera, I had prepared a variety of other sensors as well. The alarm on one of those had gone off, so I had to check the data. That's why I went to the computer, elegantly, of course.
So you were momentarily vulnerable when you were working on the computer? What should I do? Should I ask some more questions? About the sensor. What kind of sensors are you talking about?
There are other places in the basement that someone could enter and exit from. There are air-conditioned ducts, sewer pipes, and a cat door as well. I hooked a heating detecting infrared and ultraviolet sensor to each of them.
That's a lot of hardware. Was it all yours?
Broadly Tailored Department Store was kind enough to provide the monitoring software. Naturally, the security camera that took the photo belongs to them as well.
In other words, he couldn't have rigged the equipment, huh?
Has that cleared up any doubts you had about me, Saloya? However, look...
Hold on, I want to press the other thing.
Hold it!
About the computer. So, did the computer belong to Lordly Taylor as well?
Correct. Well, except for the program that manages the data. That was specifically designed by me. Look at me.
In that case, he could have easily manipulated the data.
What's wrong, Saloya? However, look at me cannot be so easily discombobulated.
What does that mean, discombobulated?
Young people these days, they really irritate me. They allow perfectly good old words to die until everyone forgets what they mean.
Sorry, but what exactly does it mean?
Now I've forgotten. What was I saying?
Jeez, it's better than old people who forget what they were. It's better than old people who forget what they say 5 seconds ago.
Well, it looks like we've cleared that up. You can go on with your testimony. Unfortunately, the thief grabbed the weapon from the side and rendered him senseless.
Hold it!
What do you mean by weapon from the side?
Naturally, the thief had no idea that I, look at me, was hiding in the area. He grabbed the sword from the statue that was standing by the door to the warehouse.
Sword? You mean the sword that was all twisted like a tree branch?
Correct. Fortunately for me, the blades was not sharp.
Okay, so he is talking about the Shichinchito.
So the thief armed himself with a sword. And what about yourself, witness? A true gentleman fights only with his own fists. But they were not enough.
Hold it!
You had that much faith in your own fighting abilities?
But of course, in college I was the second in charge of the boxing club. I'm sorry if I failed to find that appropriately impressive. However, my opponent in the ring this time was my arch nemesis, Mask the Masquer.
This guy is a real piece of work.
His first blow struck true. Bam! And that's all she wrote.
Hold it!
Can you tell us a little more about what happened?
My opponent was both powerful and vicious. You might say he was powericious.
Powericious?
I assume that the at-me fighting stance, but a sudden flash of light blinded me. That, of course, was checkmate. My opponent had bested me.
What do I do now? Should I ask more about this? So what was this flash of light that blinded you?
I was bathed in a golden light that seemed to come from the statue of the woman.
The statue of Amy Faye, I'm guessing?
Well, that wasn't very much help at all. Well, what do you think, Nick?
Well, there's one thing that I'm absolutely sure of now.
Yeah? What is it?
This look at me guy, he's definitely hiding something.
But why?
I think I'm starting to figure out what really happened that night. And about the true nature of this detective.
Indeed.
Let's press the last part again.
Hold it!
And you were blinded. The at-me fighting style. What is this at-me fighting style?
I'm sorry, but that is a trade secret. I really can't say anymore. But I suppose I can tell you if I absolutely must. The main thing is to put your back to the wall. That way no one can get behind you.
That's it? That's the at-me fighting style?
Mr. Wright, what about that testimony?
It was a waste of time. It was very important, actually. Of course, it's important. We've learned the detective's secret technique, after all.
Yes, indeed. I'll remember to use it if I ever take a walk alone late at night.
Why the heck is he eyeballing me like that? It's creeping me out.
But now then, witness, we'll go ahead and add the secret information to your official testimony. I put my back to the wall to fight, and the thief's blow landed upon my third eye.
Your third eye? I should have found it, but they weren't enough. Well, how do you get hit behind the head? Isn't your third eye like supposed to be right here, chat? Isn't that what he means with this third eye? Or is he talking about behind his head and there's like a third eye there? Or can it be both? Either way, we're objecting here. If you agree with me, then in about 15 seconds I'm gonna do it. But I actually want to know what you guys think. Where's your third eye? And that's above the waist. I thought the third eye was here. Is on the forehead as he pointed out. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Well, anyways. Objection! Detective Atme, your testimony is crumbling like a house of cards.
What fun this is, Sir Lawyer. It is truly a pleasure to cross swords with you.
Gross.
And now, once again, you have thrown down the gauntlet at my armored feet.
I believe this is what you said yesterday.
No, a coward must have wormed his way in through somewhere besides the door. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with some gruesome item here. From behind, huh?
But just now you testified that he struck you on the forehead. I hardly think you could forget where he hit you on the head.
It seems I've made another mistake.
Detective Atme, that's not the only strange part about your testimony.
What do you mean by that?
For example, the very fact that you hid the calling card from the police itself is strange. It's almost as if you were afraid they were going to help with security.
Geniuses such as myself have always been misunderstood. How sad.
That's wrong.
Objection!
To is human. To forgive, divine. Humans aren't machines. They have souls, feelings. They live, they die, they love, they hate. And yes, they even make mistakes.
Objection!
Hey, hold on. It's not as pretty as that.
Really? What is it like then? Always chase a riddle down to the end. That's one of my rules.
This is it. This might be my chance to turn things around.
Mr. Wright, what exactly is it that you're asserting?
Very well, Your Honor. The defense asserts that Mr. Atme is no ace detective. This Mr. Atme is a fake. Mr. Atme is Mask. Démasqué. The answer is simple. It's all clear to me now. Detective Luke Atme's true identity is actually Mask. Démasqué. Yeah.
Order in the court, Mr. Wright. What is the meaning of this?
There are too many unnatural parts to Mr. Atme's story. He says he was hiding at the crime scene, which is why no one ever saw him there. And then, in his last case, he managed to outperform Detective Gumshoe and the entire police force to miraculously retrieve the stolen treasure.
That's because I analyzed the crime scene data and I made an exquisitely elegant deduction. I I picked up clues that the police overlooked in order and to arrive at a...
Oh, please. The explanation is far simpler than that. Detective Atme. The truth is that you are, in fact, Mask Demasque.
But Mr. Wright, this photo clearly shows the Masqué. This security camera belongs to Lowly Tail Department Store. He shouldn't have been able to manipulate it.
He didn't need to manipulate it. He gained access to the warehouse under the pretenses of providing security. Then he simply dressed up as the thief and stole the urn.
So, the detective is actually the eighth thief? Is his true witness?
Aha.
MO is pure. The mask's MO is pure genius, and so am I. Look at me, ace detective. You are very clever to have come to such a conclusion. I am impressed, sir lawyer. What? Witness, you're admitting it?
Nick, now's your chance.
Yes, time to put the last nail in this guy's coffin. Detective Atme, when you assume the
Godot. Blend 102. My personal favorite. Mr. Godot! The ace detective is actually an ace thief. I smell a best-selling novel. There's only one problem. It simply isn't true. But Mr. Godot, Mr. Wright has made some very strong points, and I will admit my opponent has woven a compelling narrative of the whole cloth. But it is, in fact, nothing more than a patchwork quilt, Mr. Trite. If the detective really is the thief, then show us the proof of your claim. But it had better be as hot and as perfect as the copy dripping down your face. Well, Mr. Wright, don't just stand there. This court would like to see this decisive proof you have, quickly.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. But what's the big rush?
Are you alright, Nick?
Atme looks pretty rattled right now. I'd like to finish this right if I can. But can I really do it? The decisive evidence that proves Look At Me is in fact Mask Demasque. The decisive evidence Masque has yet to be found. Oh, in his bag. It was in his bag. We don't have it because it's in his bag. Has yet to be found. Proof? Of course I've got nothing.
Ha, just what I thought.
But it's in his bag.
A man has to hold his head up high no matter how bad things get, after all. I see. Yeah, I thought perhaps you had some evidence to back up your assertion.
This is no good. I've got to stay on the attack. I'll never get another chance to prove this guy is a thief.
Don't give up, Nick. Think harder and try again.
It's no good. I'm just not ready yet.
But are you going to just give up and let us lose this?
Well, you've come up to your senses, have you, sir lawyer? I can't think of a counterattack at all. Check his bag!
It seems that the cloud of suspicion surrounding the witness has lifted. Mr. Godot, if you have anything further to... Who? Who are you?
That doesn't really matter right now, does it?
Mr. Light, what are you doing here?
Nicky boy? The thing you've been looking for. I think I found it.
You mean that bag?
Yes.
No, not the bag. What's in the bag? Well,
That's...
that's the sacred urn! Nick! It's the urn!
Order! You, madame! That urn! Where did you find it?
You'll never believe me. It was in the office of Mr. Fancy Pants Ace Detective. Look at me. Oh, Desi! Oh, Desi! You're the best!
Well, how do you explain that one, Mr. Atme? Even you are going to have a hard time weaseling out of this one.
Objection!
Ha. Pathetic.
Mr. Godot, do you have something you wish to say?
Yes, Your Honor. It simply amazes me how quickly times change. In the old days, a man was to be taken at his word. It's truly sad.
Are you still denying that Mr. Atme was involved?
Before casting aspirations at Detective Atme, consider the young lady here. Your name is Desiree. Desiree Delight. Is that correct?
Yes. What about it?
Ha! How charming. The lengths that a woman is willing to go to save her husband is truly inspiring.
What are you insinuating?
As the wife of a criminal, you could have discovered that stolen urn anywhere. Including the office of the good detective here. So you found the urn. What does that prove? It certainly doesn't prove where the urn was found before you found it.
What? I just brought it here from the detective's office.
Please, madame, this town is already filled to the brim with lies. Any more could only compound the tragedy that we have been witnesses to.
You're wrong. I could never. I would never do such a thing.
Mr. Light,
Please, Nicky boy, you've got to help me talk some sense into these people.
there must be some way. I've got to prove that urn was actually in Detective Atmey's detective agency. Just about what I saw. Show fingerprints on the urn. I can't prove anything yet. Fingerprints on the urn? No, that wouldn't work. He had gloves and he put it in the bag and then he's out. Testify that I saw the bag at Look At Me's. What's wrong? Isn't it your job to come up with something to say?
Nick, come on. It should be easy to prove. After all, we checked out the bag, didn't we?
You're right. I remember doing that. Whatever was in there, it was hard and round and smooth too.
Yes, it must have been the urn. It must have.
But I never actually saw it with my own eyes. Atmey walked in just as I was about to have a look at it, but your fingerprints are on it, Phoenix. So even if it was the urn in there, I can't testify that it was.
You're right.
It looks like I was wrong about you, Mr. Trite. In this town overflowing with lies, there's still a single flickering candle of truth.
Nicky boy.
Well, it's true that I never actually saw the urn, but maybe I can testify about it from another angle.
I mean, what about it, Mr. Wright? Have you given up yet?
There must be some way. I've got to prove that the urn was actually in the Atmey's detective agency. Show fingerprints of the urn. I can prove where the urn was by the fingerprints on it.
Fingerprints, eh?
Oh, come now. Yeah, now you're really making me laugh, so lawyer. Fingerprints indeed. He wears gloves too. May I go on? Good. Now, it would be perfectly understandable if my fingerprints were on the urn. After all, it was I who was guarding the urn in the first place. In any case, I am always in the habit of wearing gloves, as you can see. So, unfortunately, my fingerprints wouldn't be evidence of anything.
Well, what about it, Mr. Wright? The witness's fingerprints would mean nothing anyway.
Nick, what are you going to do now?
I've come too far to turn back now. Atmey must have brought the urn back to his office yesterday, and there, I'm sure someone must have left their fingerprints on it. The defense proposes that the fingerprints of this person should be on the urn. My own. So, what is all this fuss about fingerprints anyway? Mr. Atmey, do you recall the events of yesterday?
Hey, Nick, come on. Open it up.
Hey, wait a minute. We can't just open this private property.
Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. Well, what's in there?
Hang on a sec. I'm taking it out. Whatever it feels like, it feels kind of hard and smooth.
Well, hello there.
It's true that I didn't get a chance to look in the bag at the time, but I did touch what was inside.
What? You touched it?
And I remember it very well. It was smooth and hard.
Well, that was...
Your Honor, I'd like the court to examine the fingerprints on that urn. If my fingerprints are on the urn, then it proves that the urn was in the Detective Atme's office.
Well, even if your fingerprints are on the urn, it still doesn't prove when they were put there, does it?
Of course it does.
What did you say?
It's not what I say, but what Adrian Andrews, the person in the charge of the exhibition, said.
I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it more valuable.
If she polished it that much, she must have removed any and all fingerprints on it. And the only chance I had to get my fingerprints on it after that was yesterday at the Atme Detective Agency.
Ha! This blend. Good old blend 107. I've decided it's a little too bitter after all. Order! I accept the defendant's request. Bailiff, take this urn in.
Wait a moment, Your Honor. There's no need for that.
No need, you say?
Precisely. I already know Mr. Wright's fingerprints are on the urn.
What are you saying?
Yes. I've finally broken him down.
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
This guy is nuttier than the fruitcake.
You see, it was me all along. I'm the one, the only masked. I hope you all enjoyed my little performance. Well, Mr. Godot, what's Mr. Atme's condition?
He's still in the lobby, laughing insanely, Your Honor. I wish I could enjoy the joke as much as he seems to be.
Well, it looks like the matter has been settled. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of thief.
Nick, you're right after all.
Yeah, I guess Mr. Delight really wasn't the thief.
The court finds the defendant Mr. Ron Delight.
You're wrong. Wrong, I tell you. I mean, not exactly wrong so much, but actually not right is what I am actually trying to say.
Oh no, he's not. This can't be happening.
And the thief, the sneaky, odious thief who's been stealing all the treasures. It's me. I'm him. I'm the one you want. I'm the thief, I tell you. So do it. Pronounce me guilty, please.
I don't know what kind of kangaroo court you all think this is, but...
Objection!
The true identity of the thief has already been proven. Please hurry and patch your
It wasn't. What are you talking about? I already confessed. I'm the thief, I tell you.
Mr. Godot, don't just stand there drinking coffee.
Hey there, Mr. Thief.
Yes, sir.
If you're really a man, then clean up your own mess.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I just don't have any idea what you mean.
If you are the masqué, then prove it. That's what I mean.
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to. He's saying he'll be happy to. Nick? It's kind of cute. He's 100% committed to his fantasy.
Good boy. Just remember one thing. The boy only gets one chance in his life to become a man.
I know that. I won't fail. I swear.
Okay then. Talk. We're all listening. Well, let's all have listen to this confession. I have nothing better to do today. This will be interesting.
The masqué's identity.
The truth is, I've been the masqué all along. I mean, you can't prove that I'm not actually the masqué, can you? I don't have an alibi for the night the yarn was stolen after all. I donned my costume that night and danced descendantly upon the scene of the crime. Look, you can see there in the photo, that's me. As for my brooch, I snagged it on the door handle and it got torn off, that's all.
I don't like the direction this trial has taken.
But this is how every trial goes. At least with me, anyway.
Ha. You're doing great.
Stop it, Mr. Godot. You're embarrassing me.
Like I said, you're only going to get one chance to testify. All right. But if you make it through this with flying colors, I'll keep my promise too. I'll make sure you stay locked up in prison as the one and only true the masqué.
Thank you so much, Mr. Godot. I'll do my best.
All right, Mr. Wright. I'm afraid it's time for the cross-examination.
The truth is, I've been the masqué all along.
Hold it!
You may think you're the real the masqué, but your wife thinks you're delusional.
I haven't told Desi yet about my true identity. I mean, believe me, I've got my reasons.
With the way your room is decked out, how could she not know about it?
Even thieves have complicated family situations, I suppose.
What should I do? It sounds like we're about to get sidetracked again. So why are you withholding the truth from your wife?
Well, first of all, I don't think she'd believe me anyway. And second, if there's one thing that Desi absolutely detests, it's criminals.
If that's the case, then why did you ever start thieving to begin with?
Well, Desi is crazy about shopping. She's a real shopaholic. But she's the love of my life, Your Honor. I guess you could say I'm a Desi-aholic.
So you do have a complicated family situation after all.
All right, that's enough. Please continue with your testimony. I beg you.
I mean, you can't prove that I'm not actually Demaske, can you?
Hold it!
I thought you were going to be the one to show us the proof. You know, that you're the real Demaske, and not just some kind of obsessed fanboy.
Hey now, you're not fair. Why do I have to do all the hard work anyway?
Maybe because you're the one making the outrageous claim for a change?
Come on, Nick. You know that Mr. Delight couldn't have committed the crime. You're the one with the fancy law degree. It's time to put in the work already.
I need some kind of proof that Ron couldn't possibly be Demaske.
Well, I guess if you had that kind of proof, we wouldn't still be here, would we?
For the time being, maybe I need to shift strategy. I should try to show that Mr. Delight couldn't have stolen the urn.
Anyway, I don't have an alibi for the night the urn was stolen after all.
Hold it!
You've got no alibi?
I've been a judge for a long time. And this is the first time I've ever heard a defendant brag about not having no alibi.
But I did tell you I was in Lordly Taylor that night. No, that's too vague, even for me. To be more precise, I was down in the basement warehouse.
Hold on.
What is it, Nick?
Where was Ron Delight when the crime happened anyway? If we can prove that he had an alibi after all, this case will be a piece of cake.
Well, you're right, but...
Ha! You think you can prove that? Wake up and smell the coffee.
But, well, I think maybe I can.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence that shows the defendant has an alibi?
Kind of, Your Honor. But I want to press him on other things first. Of course not! Don't be ridiculous!
I'm sorry. Say, what am I apologizing for? You, witness, hurry up with your testimony already.
I'm sorry. Why is it that I'm always the one to have to apologize to everyone in the end? I donned my costume that night and dancingly descended upon the scene of the crime.
Hold it!
Dancingly descended from where exactly?
Well, from the entrance, I suppose, or where else?
So, in actuality, he neither danced nor descended. Someone save me. Again.
I guess he thinks descendant sounds more like heroic or thief-like or something.
Anyway, I was there at the scene of the crime, and just like I said... Look, you can see right here in the photo. That's me.
This is the photo that was taken by the security camera at the crime scene. No doubt about it.
No doubt about it. That's Demaske.
Yes, but don't forget that there's something important missing. The real Demaske has a big brooch on his chest.
As for my brooch, I snagged it on the door handle and it got torn off, that's all.
Where's your brooch now? Don't you have an extra?
Hold it!
You didn't notice when the brooch was torn off?
Well, I'm always a little nervous when I'm working.
There's a bit of clothing left on the backside of the brooch. I don't think it could have been torn off that easily.
Yes, but I don't see what that has to do with anything. Right now, we're trying to prove that Mr. Delight isn't a thief, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Let me hear that testimony one more time.
Why does Mr. Delight want to be demasked so badly? Anyway, it's kind of disturbing. He doesn't seem like your typical attention whore to me.
Attention, whore!
I might say eunuch.
I am nothing of the sort. Thank you very much. I gotta admit, the way Ron is acting is kind of scary.
Anyway, it's time to poke some holes in that testimony of his.
The truth. Okay, let's see. Let's see, where are we going? Hey, Ender, how are you? Stas, everybody that's come in. Thank you for joining me. I do appreciate it very much. How's everybody? Why is my bot saying I'm offline? Why is the API being dumb? Why has the API... They've been changing a lot of things about the API lately. I hope they don't mess everything up. But, hi. How are you guys doing? Good to see you. And thank you, Ender. You're thoit. You're thoit. Alright, let's see, what are we pressing? What do we want to press? I have the abilities. Return the night was stolen after all. What was that one thing? There was something that had us... trying to don't have an alibi. There was something we could do to present an alibi. I have the evidence. Or do you think I'm still some sort of third-rate rookie? One sec, let me close the door. People being loud. Wolf, thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Ooh. I have the evidence, or do you think I'm still some sort of third-rate rookie?
Oh, I've never seen you this angry before.
I'm not surprised. Anger is the last refugee of the pathetic. I thought I was more confident than angry.
Well then, let's see this evidence already. Show the court this evidence that proves where your client was on the night of the crime.
Take that!
Mr. Delight, this wallet belongs to you, correct?
Yes, it does. I had lost it somewhere.
Mr. Wright, when you find a wallet, you should report it to the police right away.
No, I don't understand. You don't understand. This is an important piece of evidence.
Evidence?
Mr. Delight, when did you first notice that you'd lost your wallet?
Let's see. I think it was on the night of the crime. But I know I still had it when Desi and I went out for dinner.
This wallet was found at approximately 1 a.m. at KB Security Headquarters.
What? Surely you're not serious.
Yes, I am serious. This proves that Mr. Delight was, in fact, the at KB Security that night. No. So if the defendant was at KB Security at 1 o'clock in the morning, then that proves that he has a watertight alibi. No. Furthermore, considering that the distance between Lordly Taylor and KB Security, it would have taken 30 minutes to get there by car. According to Larry, anyway.
Well, Mr. Gnu, do you have anything to say? Stop drinking that coffee.
Come on, Mr. Thief. Don't let this guy beat you. Tell him why he's wrong.
You're the only one who calls me thief, Mr. Godot. All right, I'll try. I'll do it. I will.
He's really got Mr. Delight all worked up.
Yeah, he's like a kid at the first day of school.
Oh, look, it's just ridiculous. Why would I have dropped my wallet at KB Security? Someone must have planted it there and to make it look like I was there and not at the heist.
Planted it there? He's really reaching now.
Mr. Delight, you probably dropped your wallet when you took it out to use this, didn't you? The key card of the KB Security CEO office.
No!
Ha! That's a pretty good try, Mr. Trite. Unfortunately, you've overlooked one small thing. But what? Motive, of course. Why would the thief go to KB Security in the middle of the night anyway?
Well, Mr. Wright, it was like it looks like you need more evidence after all.
This stupid kid.
Now then, let's see your evidence. The evidence that shows why Mr. Delight went to KB Security at 1 that night.
And then if your true identity revealed, if you don't come to the KB Security at 1 a.m. in October, bring. And if you don't, I will take the red diamond you received the other day instead. The red diamond. He was being blackmailed, Your Honor. Mr. Delight, I believe you've seen this before.
That's...
What is it?
A blackmail letter. That's what it looks like from the contents. Blackmail. Yes, basically, it says, bring $50,000.
That certainly sounds like blackmail, all right.
At the time of the theft, Mr. Delight was dealing with a blackmail himself. In KB Security CEO office, a full half hour away from the scene of the crime.
No. Order! So when the thief was when the thief of the urn occurred, the defendant was at KB Security. It looks like a perfect case for the defense.
Objection!
You may see it as a perfect case, Judge, but to me, well, let's just say that my Godot blend number 107 impresses me a lot more. What are you trying to say?
You say the thief was being blackmailed by the CEO of a security company. But did you actually investigate the CEO at all?
Huh? No, I guess not.
Accusing a man of blackmail with no proof. I'm not sure what I think of that.
I'm not sure. Not sure what I think of that? At least I know what I think of you.
Good point. I'm not sure what I think of it myself. You claim that the defendants entered the CEO office, but you will need at least one witness to corroborate with your claim, Mr. Wright.
Nick, I think we're going to have to track down the CEO guy.
No, we don't have to track down the CEO at all.
What do you mean by that, Wright?
There's someone else who can testify. This is the person who can testify the key card was used at 1 a.m. that night. It's either Larry or the person himself or look at me, technically. I'm gonna say Larry, just the most obvious. But I feel like it could be wrong.
Take that!
Who is this useless-looking young man?
You don't remember him, Your Honor?
Not exactly. But just looking at his picture makes the bile start to rise to my throat.
It looks like he doesn't remember the case from 2 years ago.
He probably blocked out that memory on purpose. Anyway, the man was working as a guard at KB Security that night.
Oh.
The question at hand is this key card.
Yup, that's the key card that they use in the building I work. According to the serial number, this one's for the CEO's office. You need to get into that room, and every time, if you needed to get into that room, and every time you use the card, it leaves a record. Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when.
As you can see, there's no need to investigate the CEO of KB Security. We should be able to discover the truth simply by analyzing this keycard's data.
Well, Mr. Godot, the name of the CEO of KB Security is Kane Bullard. I was unable to contact him directly, but I got the key card data here. So, what does it show? Each key card has its own serial number, and they leave detailed records of their use. According to this data, this card was used at 1 a.m. on the court on the morning of the crime. But that means it can't be Mr. Delight, dressed as mask, the mask in this photo. It looks like you're right. 2 minutes isn't even enough to brew a good cup of joe.
So then...
Ron Delight was clearly in the office of KB Security's CEO at the time of the crime. The prosecutor's office is ready to admit that fact. Therefore, it is impossible for the defendant to be masked. The masqué.
Good job. You did it, Nick.
Well, that's enough. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of thief.
But what's wrong, Your Honor?
I'm ready to pass judgment. But before I do you have any further objections?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, not guilty.
We did it.
Court is now adjourned.
Woo, we did it. Woo. We done diddly did it.
Nick, you did it. You were right after all. Actually, I'm a bit ashamed of myself.
Nicky boy. Oh, Miss Delight. I knew you could do it. I believed in you all along, Nicky boy. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Shucks. Thanks, Mr. Delight. I just know I'm blushing.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Oh, pearls! I got a bad feeling about this.
Who is this woman?
Oh, she's nobody. She's just
You're blushing. How dare you do this in front of Mystic Maya? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Ouch. She slapped me.
Pearly? This woman is Mr. Desiree's Delight. She's our client's wife. Mr. Nick!
Yes?
You're even worse than I thought. You're going behind your own client, in the back of your own client?
No, you've got it all wrong.
I'll never forgive you!
Oh, a double slap.
Well, anyway, all's well that ends well.
We've got the sacred urn back, and the thief has been caught. You're so right, and it's all thanks to Nicky boy here.
Actually, it was you who, Miss Delight, who brought us our urn back. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, please, you're embarrassing me. If we won the case, then why does this guy seem so glum? But I am the thief, actually. That was the point. Now, what's the point now?
What is it?
What is it, honey? I did my best for you, Ronnie. I know, and I appreciate it, Desi. But the thing is... Come on, give the kid some time. He's just a little touch. He's got a little touch of the blues. You know about feeling blue, right, amigo? Mr. Godot, what are you doing here? Oh, come now. I just came here to say thanks to my newest buddy. You, Mr. Trite. Maybe you can learn my name before you call me buddy. Well, playtime is over. Huh?
Early this morning, the body of Cain Ballard was discovered.
Cain Ballard? Where have I heard that name before? Isn't that the name of the CEO of KB Security? Wait, the body?
The estimated time of death was 1 a.m. on October 12th.
1 a.m. on October 12th? You don't mean...
That's right, amigo. At the same time that a cheap little urn was being stolen, the CEO of the KB Security was being murdered.
So then... What are you doing here?
Oh, come now. You figured it out already, haven't you, amigo? Or have you already forgotten about the piece of info I helped you out with today?
Helped me out? What?
On October 12th at 1 o'clock in the morning, Rhonda Light was in the CEO's office, the scene of the murder. After getting that blackmail letter, he must have been imbrued with utter rage.
Oh, what are you saying? Imbued with rage?
Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Rhonda Light was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard.
An employee of KB Security?
It looks like the alibi that saved him from being convicted as a thief is going to be the noose that gets him hanged. Kind of an anti-alibi.
No way.
He can't be a thief because he was at the murder scene when the murder occurred.
No, that's a lie. It can't be true.
Bun, I am a thief, I tell you.
Rhonda Light, I'm going back. You're going back to prison. You're going back to prison again.
That's a little redundant, Godot. That's a slight bit redundant. You're going back to prison again.
You're Rhonda Light. You're going back to prison again. This time, the charge is much more serious. This time, you'll be tried for murder.
What? This can't... It's impossible!
I'm looking forward to another exciting showdown, Mr. Trite. You and I aren't through with each other yet. Surely you won't back down from a challenge. You've never been a coward.
Mr. Nick, is there something personal between you two?
I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. At least let me have some fun while I'm here.
This guy, who the heck is he? He may be quiet, but he's the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced.
Well then, time to say goodbye, Mr. Delight.
Nick, how could this be happening?
Right in front of our very eyes, our client has been arrested for murder. And the one who established his presence at the scene was me.
Ronnie! Ronnie!
Arrested for the murder of the very same arrested for the murder on the very same day he's declared innocence of larceny. What the heck is going to happen next?
To be continued.
Whew!
You thought that case was short, but then they decided to throw you in a loop and make it even longer. So guys, we're going to be taking a quick break. Thank you guys for being here, a part of the stream. I appreciate each and every one of your presences. If you could do me the favor, please share that tweet with as many people as you can, and share the stream and everything. Be the voice that shares the stream with everyone else, so that we can you can enjoy this trial of Phoenix versus Godot to prove the mask is innocent of murder. If you guys could please, I would appreciate it. And stick around, we'll be right back. We're gonna take a quick break. So thank you guys for being here. Be right back. Guys, I'm gonna take a little bit of an extended break. I'm making myself some food since I didn't eat any breakfast. So, just like 2 or 3 more minutes. But again, if you guys could retweet, we have 9 retweets right now. If anybody wants to quote a tweet, I'll retweet it. But yeah, thank you guys for being here and hanging out. I appreciate everybody being around. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna eat right now and talk to you guys. How are you guys liking the voices? Do you think they match with everybody, or is there some voices you really hate? There's some voices you really like? And give me your feedback. Not that I'm gonna change it or anything, I'm just wondering. These voices are hilarious. The whole bag with the jar was great. It's good. I actually wasn't sure if, like, you guys could hear it very well. I think Pearls is probably the hardest one to do. Well, obviously because it's so high. And also because, like, switching between Pearls and Maya, like, there's a certain thing I do with the back of my throat. I know that sounds weird. But there's a certain thing I do to change the voice in the back of my throat. And, like, for Maya, I have to do that slightly. And for Pearls, I have to do that, like, an extreme amount. And, it's hard to switch from Pearls to Maya because it's like relaxing a muscle that you were just forcing to keep for a long time. So relaxing it, you kind of have trouble figuring out, like, how to actually do it softly. But going from Maya to Pearls is easier just because that's like flexing the muscle even more. Yeah, at least them being close also works out because they're cousins. Yeah, and that's gonna be my excuse. They're cousins, of course they kind of sound alike. A little bit. Yeah, that's true. I know they don't, but... Yeah. I think Seth MacFarlane, he does the voice of Stewie Griffin, Brian, and Peter Griffin. He does all three of those voices, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know what other voice actors do multiple parts. And does Lois's father too? I know there's some people that don't like Godot, but Godot has always been my favorite character. And also this song. It's been always one of my favorite songs. always wanted to cosplay Godot, but making a mask was too difficult. I'm getting the white hair though, so there you go. Weird God VA. Did you know that the voice actor for Bart Simpson in the American version of The Simpsons is a female? Did you know Timmy Turner's voice actor is a female? Did you know that Goku's Japanese voice actor is a female? Did you know you should give Ender a follow because she's streaming a bunch this year? And you should check her out. I lurk in her stream a good amount of times. You were about to mention Goku's Japanese voice actor. It might be an API change, Josh. Yeah. It seems like they just recently changed the API. Because I don't think my uptime is working anymore. Also, live streamer. Live streamer doesn't load up for me anymore. I have to go directly to pages. Dang it. And that means I have to look up a bunch of stuff with API and update my API. Can do anonymous API grabs. Oh yeah, we have to register our bots now, don't we? Dang it. Ash, could you keep up with that? We'll fix that after stream. Alright, chat. I'm done eating. I'm gonna put my dishes away and we'll continue. Alright, Alright guys, thank you for joining me. We're going to be doing the investigation portion, I think, or it might be another day of trial right now. But we will continue now on this Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulation.
You know, I'm glad we found I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again.
Well, supposedly, Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred.
No way, Jose. I don't buy it. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself. At least from what I can understand.
Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick.
Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder?
I think I'm going to head back to Korean Village for a little while, if that's alright.
Sure, why?
I'm going to bring the sacred urn back and have some people take a look at it.
Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with...
No, Mrs. Maya, you stay here. I want the two of you to spend some special quality time together, full of love and happiness.
Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy she forgot to solve. There's a murder to solve.
Now remember, no fighting, okay?
She's gone.
Okay, Nick. Time to get going on the murder investigation.
So what do we do now?
Isn't it obvious? We should get out of here and investigate the murder.
Well, first, we need to find out exactly where KB Security is located.
Hey, why don't you ask Mr. Delight? She should know. Besides, I want to ask her some stuff about motorcycles.
Motorcycles? You're not thinking of getting one, are you?
I'm not the same little Maya who used to be happy with her dinky little bike, Nicky boy.
Speaking of asking around, I've got a few questions of my own for Mr. Delight.
Okay, well, let's make sure we go to the detention center too.
You must be relieved that we got the sacred urn back, huh?
You bet. But there's something about a little different. There's something a little different about it. Don't at me. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn in this poster. But the urn we got back says Amy, like it always used to.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Plus, the vase has the pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before.
Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago, when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Amy's name into I Am. And the repairer was one mechanically unskilled little Pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splotches on it.
Is it a possibility? Is a fake?
I'm sure Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to Korean Village.
Yeah, I suppose.
Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Korean in a long time. So, I guess people still go to Korean Village to do their training, right?
Yep. If you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training.
So why haven't you been training lately, Maya?
Well, lately, I've been thinking of heading the channeling dojo. Heading to the channeling dojo to do just that.
A channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious, whatever that is.
If you're going to train, you have to be serious. Otherwise, real tragedies can happen.
Is that what happened last year? Is what happened last year still bothering you? That murder in the village. It happened because the power of channeling was misused. When
the medium uses the Korean technique, she temporarily loses her will.
So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit horrible, terrible crimes. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. That murder, it wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you?
I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all.
It sounds like being the master of the Korean is going to be a heavy responsibility. Alright, let's go to talk to Desiree. Desiree.
Oh, Nicky boy, Maya.
Mr. Delight, Miss Delight.
All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie.
Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case.
Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up.
Hey, Nicky boy, please help Ronnie. He's not a killer. I swear my Ronnie wouldn't kill a fly.
Alright, I'll poke around and see what I can find out.
Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking you would help. Help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore.
I had no idea Miss Delight had such a vulnerable side. It sounded off for a second. I'm sorry. I'm just like figuring out why. Sounds like me. That's good. I don't know. Something was off, but now it's fixed, I guess. Run the light.
Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never, ever kill anyone. It's just not in him.
I don't think he would either, Nick.
Yeah, but you have to admit, he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not just that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, "Please die!"
He would never say that. Anyway, Mr. Light, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief.
I already told you that it's just a fantasy for him.
Mr. Light, I hate to say it, but you're the one living a fantasy world.
What? How do you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. You don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief. Ha! The very idea.
I guess I don't get it.
Huh? Get what?
I can't understand why they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple.
Yeah, they sure are different.
Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight, for me anyway.
What? For you?
Love at first sight? Really?
So, was it really love at first sight when you first met Mr. Delight?
Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life.
Saved your life?
I was at work one day when 2 robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind of to just curl into a ball and in a corner, so I fought back.
Robbers?
Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down into tears.
Yeah, I would too if I were in that situation.
Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you?
Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went straight right up to those 2 knife-wielding robbers and screamed at their faces. "Please, stop it," he screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale.
That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people.
Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the 2 robbers. All by himself. He came to save me, a total stranger, all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he risked his life for me.
Wow. Oh, what a great story.
Yes, he may not look it, but he is a tough situation. There's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. That's so romantic. I'd fall in love too. I guess.
Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage.
With Maya? That possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future.
Detective Atme.
I hate these kinds of people more than anything.
You mean Ace Detective?
No, I'm fine with ace detectives.
Oh, so you mean thieves?
No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's nothing I hate more than a cowardly man.
By the way, why did you go to Detective Atme's office anyway?
Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try and find out more about the real criminal.
The real criminal?
Yes, obviously. The real mask... The mask is not my Ronnie, right?
Yeah?
And Detective Atme knew about the masqué than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV.
So then you went to there to ask him some questions.
That's right. I do whatever it takes to save my man. His secretary said the ace detective isn't in right now. But I forced my way past her and into his hideout.
I wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout.
The bag was sitting right there on top of the table.
Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday too.
There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin the crime on someone else.
Miss Light, do you know about KB Security?
Don't be silly, of course I do. I do. That's where my Ronnie works.
So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today...
Come on. Don't tell me you didn't know. Ron the Light was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard.
Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. Or he was fired.
Yeah, he quit or he fired. I don't know.
It looks like Miss Delight doesn't know.
KB Security is about 20 minutes away by motorcycle, that is. Larry told us it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike.
To make it to KB Security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying?
Why don't I give you a ride sometime, or better yet, how about now? No, I'll pass. Thanks. But why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves?
What a scaredy cat you are, Nick.
Mr. Light told us the location of the KB Security.
Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick.
Let's head over there right away. Right away. I'm gonna look at this real quick though. It's a bunch of cheap costumes. Pieces range from nice to framed. Look, Nick, it's a fake beard.
Look, Nick, it's a fake beard.
There's also a mask made of cardboard.
Here, Nick, try it on this fake beard. Come on, try it on.
Hey, cut it out.
Now put on the mask. It's Phoenix, the masqué.
If you like it, feel free to take it home with you. Thanks, but no thanks.
Nobody explained these torpedoes.
Nick, it's the torpedo.
It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real.
Where could we have picked up something like this?
Please don't say it's as if torpedoes are things people just leave lying around. Let's talk to Mesk, the Mesk, before we go.
I already told you, it's not me.
A sad, pitiful whine that tampers into silence.
Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now.
Man, we don't have enough time as it is.
Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday they thought he was just a thief, but now they got a murder case on their hands.
Guess you're right. The guard over there looks a bit on edge, too.
Come on, we'll just have to come back later.
Okay, let's go check it out. Let's check out some other place, Nick.
Okay, then let's go to that one place, KB Security, CEO's office. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh?
The wall in here looks thick. Just like you'd expect in a CEO's office.
What has that got to do with anything?
Hey, it's you guys.
Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe.
Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh?
Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made us real fools out of us.
Yeah, I feel for you.
Wow, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like,
Oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserved, huh? Ho, 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 ho.
or something like that.
Do I really sound like that to you, pal?
If the gumshoe fits.
Well, anyway. The point is, I can tell when someone put their hearts into their jobs. But I can sympathize with things when things don't go your way. Sometimes I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives.
Wow, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy.
Now, if this little love fest is over, maybe we can get started investigating. Let's talk to Gumshoe, then we'll investigate. What happened?
Detective Gumshoe, tell us about what you know about the murder.
Okay. But the thing is, I'm really not supposed to.
Hey, come on, what happened till we put our hearts into our work? Things are just working against us right now, and we need help.
Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying, okay, pal?
Okay, I won't cry on you, pal.
The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning and on October. Because the death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room.
It happens to be the same time that the Masqué was stealing the urn, huh?
So why did it take almost the entire day to discover the body?
There was a good explanation on that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside the safe.
Safe? Well, it is pretty big.
Nobody had heard from him, and when they opened the safe this morning, out he came.
Oh, so the body fell out. That white string must be a shape from when he fell out.
I think we need some more information about Mr. Billard.
Maybe you could start by getting that man's name right? Detective at me.
So, what happened to the Masqué?
He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again, he keeps yelling.
No, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right?
Oh, you mean that detective at me? Oh, that was great. That guy deserved what he got. Deserved.
No, that's the detective I know and love.
Think about it. At me was always running around when the calling card showed up. But he's always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. That was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. And that's the lamest thing I've ever heard. And that's how you just knew he was the thief.
That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item he kept bragging about.
Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's one thing I can't figure out about him. I can't figure out about his first heist.
His first heist?
Yeah, the Tear of Amon case. There was a witness on that one.
A witness?
Here, I saved a newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it.
Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before?
It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it... What about it? Okay, first off, in time of cerebral hemorrhages from blunt trauma to the hand, an article of Damasque. Am I saying... How are you supposed to say that? Is it Damasque? 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 Or Damasque? Or Damasque? I'm pretty sure it's que. Damasque. But that's just the Spanish pronunciation of saying que. Mask the mask. Just mask the mask. But at one point, he's like, no, I'm not Mask the Mask. I'm Mask the Masqué. With the little star. I'm not Mask the Mask. I'm Mask the Masqué. Sort of Frenchish. The Masqué. The mask. How does French sound? Un, deux, trois, masque, 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 mask the mask, mask the mask. I'm not mask the mask. I'm mask the mask. The man, mask the masque. How's Frenchy? I don't know how the French say mask. Un, deux, trois, masqué. Un, deux, trois, masqué. Un, deux, trois, masqué. Un, deux, trois. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep saying masqué. I don't know. Right. So the article, stolen the gem and the thief. Kane's autopsy, attended at 1 a.m. caused cerebral hemorrhage from blunt trauma to the head. Say dead like you said do. Masque du masque. Masque du masque. Masque du masque. It's not mask the mask, it's masque du masque. Du masque. I guess. It's not mask the mask, it's masque du masque. Du masque. I don't know. Alright. Continuing. Have a little cowlick. Prosecutor Godot.
Oh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight?
Yeah, I think he did that way because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway.
So, who is that Java-addicted masked maniac anyway?
Prosecutor Godot, he's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of that guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor office. Came out of nowhere.
That's right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor.
Man, it's true, according to the records anyway, but no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps.
Goosebumps? You?
Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way.
Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular.
I know, that's not what I meant.
That Godot guy acts like he knows me, but he has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. Bing, 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 bing. Let's look around. What is this?
Ew, think about it. A dead guy was lying here all night.
Yeah, by the way, don't bother asking for fingerprints. There were none.
Well, somebody probably opened the safe on the night of the crime, right?
Yeah, and so?
Well, if Mr. Billard's body was hidden in here, it must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim, right?
Huh? Yeah, I guess so.
I got some bad news for you, pal. Are you ready?
Okay. Shoot.
Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There's only a few people who know how to open the safe, pal.
But, yeah, and?
Everyone that knows how to open the safe had airtight alibis. I checked. Everyone except one, that is.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
Former security chief, Ron Delight.
What? But Ron Delight? He's a security chief?
Ron? So he knew how to open the safe, huh?
Yeah, sorry for waiting on your parade there, pal.
This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I thought it.
Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. But let me try it out for a second. Oh, nice. I feel like a CEO. Hey, you, whip me up a coffee, some really expensive import tea, and some scones. Move it. Ah, this is the life.
The victim sat in the chair just before he was booed to kill, you know.
What's this button?
Oh, there's a button here. Let's see.
Hey, cut it out! Don't press that!
That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Cumtree could jump like that.
What is that button anyway?
It's an emergency buzzer. It says it right on the panel, pal.
Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first?
This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up.
Really? Then it's possible on the night of the crime.
Oh, so when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer?
Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around there. But they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Also, they couldn't find the fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know.
I think we'd better go and talk to the guard about the emergency buzzer. What's over here? These look like some kind of bookshelves rolling cabinet hybrid.
I can't get in between these two shelves.
Don't strain yourself trying. It looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel.
So I guess it's one shelf at a time? Huh? It looks like they're filled with bunches of files.
Yeah, files filed with data about security jobs they were hired to handle.
It'd be a good night reading if you got insomnia. I was hoping for a little more, something a little more exciting, like UFOs or something.
What's this painting?
Wow, look at that huge framed photo.
Tall mountains riding majestically against the dark and cloudy sky.
There's a title written on the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life. Isn't it? This is it? This is his best sunrise?
Either this guy didn't get out enough, or he had really rotten luck with the weather. Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. Did we already look at the tape? I think so.
This rope. I think it fell out of the safe when it was open.
I don't think so.
So do you mean?
Yeah, I think this string shows where and how the corpse was lying.
You mean the victim? He was killed by being crushed by the safe door?
She can't be serious, can she? Okay, let's move. Security room. Oh, I just got a flashback for a second. Wow, this is really something else.
For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel secure.
KB security guard. Uh-oh, I just remembered Larry might be...
Hey, Nick! What's up?
So he is here.
Yo! Ooh, how's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too.
Hi, Larry.
Here, I was working my finger to the bone. And then walks an angel. I've got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good.
No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case.
Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you?
He's so hopefully clueless.
Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, I have got some good info for you.
Really? What is it?
Well, I don't mind sharing my sweet little Maya. But Nick here's a different story.
But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies.
That was then, this is now.
Good info. So, what's this good info you were talking about, Larry?
Hey, I'm a god, a pro. I can't just be giving info away for free.
He wants a bribe? I thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest? Can you talk to him, Maya?
Larry, tell us already. What's the good info?
Hey, I like that. This kitten has some claws. Okay. You really want to know?
Yes, so tell me.
Okay, so the thing is, Ron Delight was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me?
Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on.
Well, 1 year ago, Ron Delight was fired. And there was no warning at all. It's just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful.
Guess he must have done something bad and gotten fired like that.
Well, maybe skipping out on work and going to pick up hot chicks or something.
No, that's just you. So, what is it like to be a part-time security guard?
Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by all right, I guess. First, I have to keep the eye on the monitors at all time.
Monitors?
There's security cameras in each room of the building. It's really hot, so sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out.
Oh.
And if I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams.
What teams?
The security teams for the company. They're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them.
So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. You were in the office when the murder took place, weren't you?
Why do you say that? This is just a part-time job for me. I can't operate on the equipment, and I'm dumb.
Even if you're a part-time and you are dumb, you're still in the charge of the security here.
Hey, give me a break! Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. It's unfair, Nick.
Huh?
I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility.
Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Oh no, I knew something smelled bad. And it was the butts after all.
Well, it's like I always say. That's then and this is now, okay?
It looks like I'm going to have to break his silence after all. Bing, 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 bing. But what do I have to present to you to break it? The night of the crime. On the night of the crime, you were working hard like you were supposed. Were you working hard like you were supposed to?
What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been?
But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Miss Delight?
But that was that, and this is this.
Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night too?
Never! I never sneak out. I never. I tell you what. I'll even bet you $1.
$1? Wow. Now that's confidence.
What drenched in what's with that drenched in the rain puppy look in your eyes? Do you have evidence that I left the position, or are you just pulling my chain?
Evidence that Larry was not manning the station when the murder happened. Evidence. I don't have any evidence. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather more clues before trying again. Something is written on this poster in fine print.
A guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. 1. Obey thy superior. 2. Respect thy superior. 3. Smile at thy superior. 4. Salute at thy superior. 5. Buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed Wendy Oldbag, head supervisor.
She's one tough old bird. Let me tell you. Cross her, and you come face to face with her real, genuine ray gun.
Yeah, sounds scary, alright.
Well, fortunately, she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now.
No clues here. Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it?
That's right.
Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever?
Yeah, sure. I was told to never ever touch that lever, but she scowled and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, greenhorn?
So that's why you hang your jacket on something, such an important lever?
Because it got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls down the lever, then what? That's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen, huh?
That's true. It's killing me too. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, but for different reasons.
It's my partner seat.
Your partner?
Well, that's what they call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady.
There's tea spilled all over the machine, you know?
Oh, don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess. Those screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. And it's my job to keep a steady eye on them all the time.
I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you.
Can you watch regular TV on these too?
If anyone would sit there and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry.
Hey Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it.
How do you know that, Larry?
Because that was my first bit of investigations, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking! It was a professional investigation, alright?
This chair?
That's my workstation, pretty cool, huh? I keep it steady on the monitors and use the mic for communicating.
Look at all this equipment. It must be hard to operate.
No biggie. There's an instruction manual somewhere in this room.
Somewhere?
Instruction manual? What are you going to do in an emergency?
Well, I guess I'd start by calmly looking into the instruction manual. During the time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for her reading glasses. That's what a security professional calls teamwork.
even Maya and Pearls could run this place better.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Lori, thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Bing, bing.
I don't have anything to prove that you weren't paying attention at the moment. Might his buzz sound like meow? I don't know. Because he sounds like a meow. Bum, 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 bing. He's actually a Pokemon? Duh.
The treasure of Korean exhibit is all ruined now.
Maya.
I'm sorry, I'm just so sad. This was our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling.
Maybe I can cheer her up somehow.
Well, now we've got the sacred urn back, maybe we can reopen it.
But really?
Sure, maybe we can label it the Urn of Mask. The Mask's Desires. That will probably attract a lot of attention.
Whoa! Whoa, whoa! That's brilliant, Nick! We could clean up and be filthy rich! Woohoo!
Wow, that was surprisingly easy.
It's a flowing stream of the Korean sacred writing, but I can't read what it says on it.
Really? But I thought it was some kind of important spell.
Huh, yeah, my mother read it and taught me to memorize it. I'll be in trouble if I ever forget it.
Looks like the Korean channeling school is teetering dangerously on the edge.
That's probably where the sacred urn was going to be displayed.
Yeah, I guess so.
Should I put my attorney's badge there? You know, as a replacement?
I think it's a little too small for that. How about my Magatama?
Now you're being silly. That's definitely too small.
Wow, this is incredible. It's a tiny version of the whole village. Hey, I've got a great idea. We can make it a miniature of your office, Nick.
I don't know about that. The whole place is overflowing with junk. You'd die before you finish painstakingly recreating that mess.
Well, we could always clean it up first.
Sure.
Basement warehouse.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright.
Miss Andrews.
What is she still hanging around down here for?
So, how is it going? What is this? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, that's been taken care of already.
What do you mean, all that?
Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found?
Yes. It was brought to during the trial today.
Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Damasquez's wife that found it.
Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. Master Damask. I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually a thief all along. It looks that way right now. It was my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring the mask as a guard for the... It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring the masks to guard the treasure.
Don't blame yourself. We were just doing your job. You were just doing your job.
Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again?
About 20 days ago.
And when was it that the mask's calling card arrived?
That was about 10 days ago.
So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard?
I guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the sacred urn. After all.
I guess so.
What? So, the mask here murdered someone as well?
Well, that's how things look right now.
Yes, but I thought that he was here stealing the urn at the time.
Well, he was talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible.
Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme?
No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him.
He claimed he claimed that's the way he always operates.
That's just what he says, so he can have an alibi while he commits the thief himself.
Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as the mask pretty well.
I'm so glad that you've got your sacred urn back.
Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it.
What's that?
I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn came back seems different.
But really?
You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews?
No, I don't know anything, but why would I?
Silence.
What do you think this means, Nick?
It means the person that holds the secret of the mystery of the sacred urn is our very own Miss Andrews. Let me see what I need to present to you.
Take that!
Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn?
Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit.
The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before.
Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake.
A fake?
You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted was a genuine?
Kind of. Maybe. No. Not at all. I don't have any proof that it's genuine. I don't think. Alright, let's look around the room. Let's see, anything about the computer?
This is the camera and the computer that Detective Adney set up, huh?
That's what he said.
And yet he still let him take the picture of him? I guess he's not as smart as he pretends to be.
The camera belonged to Lord Taylor, so he knew he couldn't tamper with it. So then, why would the mask, allow that to happen?
Detective Adney said he got hit in the back of the head with this by a thief. But that was an obvious lie.
Because it turns out that Adney was the real thief. It's still hard to believe.
It looks like Adrian feels really bad about it.
I'm going to take full responsibility and fix the sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have a complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it up so you never knew it was bent in the first place.
But please be gentle with it.
Beep, beep, beep. Did we figure out what the burr is for? God is for hamburger, blah 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 blah. It's a typo for spaghetti. It's spaghetti. Mom's spaghetti, arms are sweaty. Looks to me like there's dry paint for several days. Don't see how it's any color. Alright, how about... Do you know anything about this?
I'm sorry I can't be of any more help, but I'm busy taking care of everything you see in front of me.
Then how about...
Security camera was provided by Lord Taylor department store. I took a look on it on the day after the theft. Timestamp on the photo is definitely real.
Look at my badge.
I had a great deal of that to that badge.
We already read this. Alright, well, I don't think I have anything to do here. Ooh, from the looks of it, I don't have anything to do here.
Dun 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 dun.
Admin Detective Agency. Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops.
What did you expect? Now that they know he was actually the mask, this must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess they're really trying to make up for by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed Gumshoe's nowhere to be seen.
Well, he's a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case.
But wasn't he in charge of the mask case? The mask investigation? All the way up to yesterday?
Well, a murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? He'd say something like,
There's something to go. There's nothing like a good murder case, pal.
points for quality on the impersonation, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. I don't think there's a reason to be here. Check that.
Hey, you guys! We're investigating here. You keep your hands up to yourself.
Boy, these policemen sure are a bunch of sourpusses.
Well, Mr. Ace Detective did make complete and utter fools out of them.
But it's all this now. Move it along. The show's over.
It doesn't look like they're going to let us investigate.
I guess I might as well call it a day for this place and go look somewhere else. Let's go to the detention center. No, he's not in here yet. Then where else? Hide out. I already talked to you. Yep. Beep, 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 ding, 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 ding. What do you think about this? Excuse me, but what do you take a look at this?
I'm sorry. I haven't the faintest idea. I guess I just don't get out enough.
Do you know anything about this? Let's go back to butts. Go back to the butts. The butts. Do you know anything about this butts? Hey Larry, there's something I want you to look at.
Hey Nick, I told you, I'm a pro, and you don't interrupt the pro when he's working. I don't have time to sit and chat with you, all right?
Oh, is that right?
No, but Andrew got time for you, Maya.
Am I gonna have to squeeze this guy out of... if we want to get info on him, out of him, huh? Good night, sus. Hey Larry, there's something I want you to look at. It there's nothing. He doesn't know anything. Praising? Praise the Lord. Gosh dang it, Larry, you're no help.
Anything for you, Maya. I was just thinking, Maya. You're pretty cute.
And Larry, there's something I want you to look at. There is a cute girl, Larry. Why wouldn't you want to look at the cute girl? Maybe if we present something to Gumshoe then. Okay, Detective Gumshoe, what do you think about this?
Detective Gumshoe, about this right here.
It's hard to believe, but there's a limit to how much my brain can hold. I got 2 ears and 2 eyes, and I got 1 brain.
I can see your eyes and your ears, but the jury's still out on the brain thing.
Hey Nick, if you have something to say, just come out and say it.
What do you know about the paper?
This was the first heist, and I guess I underestimated him. I was sure I was going to get him, so I was careless and lost the info on the witness.
By witness, do you mean the guard in this photo?
Yeah, he was the detective working with, trying to catch Mask. The Mask.
But he got away anyway, huh?
That God. I got that weird feeling that I've seen him around lately.
Beep, beep, beep. That guard. That guard. What about Larry Butt?
Detective Gumshoe, what about this person?
Sorry, pal. To be honest, my head is so full right now that I feel it's gonna burst.
Note to self. Keep hair away from Gumshoe's head. The prosecutor.
The guy is a real puzzle if you ask me. And then maybe I should be asking you. Do you know something about him?
Why would I know something?
Well, it sure sounded like you two knew each other from the way you acted today.
Mr. Godot has acted like he knows Nick, but not the other way around.
Exactly. You'd think I'd remember someone like him.
I'd still say the whole thing's a bit suspicious.
What about the victim?
Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebird.
That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebird, pal.
Oh yeah, the victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me.
Well, you were the victim until Mr. Bullard was found dead.
Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning.
Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out?
Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just wobbling like an idiot right now.
Okay, Nick, now's your chance to get info about the victim, so hurry up and ask.
The victim. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard?
He was the CEO at KB Securities, right? But what kind of company is it anyway?
Well, the company's basically sending security teams out into the building to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work.
Oh, and?
So, I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber.
Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't get enough.
Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting into my wallet.
Anyway, I look like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions.
Oh? So that's my problem. I need to be shiftier.
Let me go already.
Apparently, he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies.
Oh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded.
Yeah, KB Security used the head security operations against the Mask.
What? Really?
Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive.
So, it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh?
Really now?
Did we examine everything? We examined the desk. Must be a CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I thought it would have been. Hey, look at that. It's super comfy. What about the book in front of the desk? Did we examine that? Check out this big, thick binder here.
Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick.
Reading a file isn't exactly backbreaking work, just a little hard on the eyes.
But what did you find out, Nick?
This file, it's not about any sort of security operation or anything. It's just a huge file about the mask. It's filled with info on him.
What? What kind of info?
It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his method and crime scenes.
Hey, Nick, look at the last page.
It's a list. Let's see. Tier of Manon 100,000. This looks like a list of all the treasures that Damasque stole.
So then 100,000 is the value of the stolen item?
I don't know. That number sounds kind of low to me. I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Yeah. What do you know about this list, Gumshoe?
So, about this.
Huh? Hey, what's that?
Hey, wait a minute, Maya.
What's wrong?
We copied that data without permission. Don't show that to him. He might get mad at us.
So, what are you two whispering about?
It's nothing. It's just my billfold.
That's pretty thick and billfold you got there, pal. Now, I really want you to show it to me.
No, I'm pretty Gumshoe.
Poor Gummy Wummy.
You would pronounce it Damask. That's what I said. A mask, Damask. Actually, it's pronounced mask, Damask. Get it right. It's not just mask the mask. It's mask, Damask. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Now let's show that to Larry. Larry, what do you think about this?
Hey, Larry, there's something you want to look at.
Nick, I told you.
Gosh dang it. Bum, 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 bum. One time you said Damask. You're actually forgetting to pronounce the star in the middle. No, I'm not. I said mask. Damasque. I'm saying it in Spanish. Damasque. Bum, 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 bum.
Foiled again.
So if it's not this, what do you want, Larry? Tell me about yourself, Larry.
Hey,
Larry, there's something I want you to take a look at.
hey, Nick. Hey, Nick, why are you showing me a picture of yourself, Nick? Nick, that's a picture of me. What's wrong with you, Nick? Why would you take a look at me, Nick? That's no good. That's no good, Nick. You can't just be you know, Nick. You can't. You can't, Nick. What's wrong with you, Nick? That's a picture of me. Why do you have a picture of me, Nick? You want to start something, Nick? You wanna? I just want to eat some food, Nick. I want some hot girls and some food. That's all I want, Nick. You know that.
you don't know anything about the buzzer. Do you know anything about the buzzer, Gumshoe? We pushed the buzzer, but do you know anything about the buzzer?
Gumshoe, about this right here.
Sorry, it's hard to believe, but a little bit of brain can hold, blah, blah, blah. Alright.
I don't know who. Let's see if maybe. You back yet? Nope. Dun 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 dun. Skipping Gumshoe's dialogue. We already read Gumshoe's dialogue. Bum bum ba-dum, bum bum ba-dum dun 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 dun.
You just put evidence that you haven't been here the entire time. Wow.
What a twist. Where to go? Gumshoe! Please tell me something. What about the security?
This is proof that Wanda Light was here at the crime scene when the murder happened.
His wallet and his key card, huh?
I think we need to ask Mr. Delight some more things about those two things.
Yeah, I think so too. What about this blackmail? About this blackmail letter?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too, pal. But would Kane Blood be blackmailing Wanda Light anyway?
Well, Mr. Delight used to work for KB Security, right? But what was it that made him quit?
Nick, that's it. Maybe that's the same reason he was being blackmailed.
Well, I'm in the middle of investigation right now.
Oh, alright.
Then what else? Think of what about his death? Tell me about his death.
That's a Gumshoe. This right here.
You don't know anything about his death? Maybe now that I've presented that, I can go talk to what's his face? Detention center. What is the trigger? Gosh dang it. I have to present something to somebody. And then that'll trigger him magically appearing. And also, I don't know of any proof that you weren't around during the thing. Wallet.
This is proof of Wanda Light was at the crime scene, blah 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 blah.
I can't think of anything else to present to you, Gumshoe. Publicity photo. Detective. Nope. Alright, let's go talk to what's his face. To Larry. Larry. Larry, what do you think about the buzzer? Oh yeah, you said you didn't care. What do you think about this key card? Larry, come on. I think the only thing I can do with him is try to break him. The night of the crime.
Larry, I want you to tell me. About the murder of the night of the crime.
Hey, man, why do we gotta talk about that?
What do you mean, why? I should have read that. That might have been different dialogue. I'm just skipping through it because it's frustrating me. I hate looking for these triggers. No, I don't.
Why don't we talk about what we're gonna do tonight instead, Maya?
I won't get anywhere if I can't break these Psylocks. I think I have to present Maya's Magatama to get the ball rolling here. Okay.
Magatama it is.
On the night of the crime, you were working hard to... were you working as hard as you were supposed to?
What? Of course I was. Why would I have been?
But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Miss Delight?
But that was that, and this is this.
Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night too?
Never. I didn't sneak out. I'll tell you what. I'll bet you $1.
$1? Wow. Now that's confidence.
What's with the drenched look and the rain puppy look out on your face? Do you have any evidence that I left the position, or are you just pulling my chain?
The evidence that Larry was not manning the station when the murder happened is... Well, when the murder happened at 1 o'clock, didn't you find this wallet at 1 o'clock? You found this wallet at 1 o'clock, so that means you weren't at your security station. Take that. This wallet. You know about this, right?
I've never seen it before.
Liar! You hand-delivered this wallet to Miss Delight just yesterday.
Give me a break. I can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens.
Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet?
I guess it was around 1 in the morning, on the first floor of our company building. 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from your security guard office.
Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about.
What's that?
My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murder might have snuck in before then.
What do you mean by that?
The murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m. And then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the other guys whose shift was before mine.
Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO office after 10 p.m. during your shift. How do we know that? How do we know that, Phoenix? Phoenix, how do we know that? And found Rom's wallet used on October 12th at night the crime at 1 a.m. It was used at 1, but it was also lost at 1. How do you find it and then use it at the same exact time? That doesn't make any sense. Let me see. Shot as a striking pose. Count death is that 1. It could have shown up before then. I guess the only thing... Yeah, it would have to be used that 1. That's how we know that he snuck into the CEO's office at 1.
Take that!
Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record?
Yeah, it does. But I can't show the record to just anyone, you know?
The key card data was already made public in the trial today.
What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that's supposed to go through me.
Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder.
No way!
Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift.
Oh!
Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time.
No!
Unlocked successful. The night of the crime.
Oh, I knew it! It's all my fault! It's my fault that the boss got killed! My fault!
Larry?
It was nothing I could do! I have important issues to deal with, too, man!
What happened that night anyway?
My Donna happened!
Huh?
Huh? Your Donna?
I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, my Donna called me and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to go see her and she was standing right then. He was standing right there next to her.
Who was?
Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally, I'm the one who does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya?
Yeah.
So is that why you left the security guard office?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I make it up for it, Nick? What can I do? What?
He curled up on the floor like a crying baby.
Oh boy.
Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything? Just name it. I'll do whatever I have to make up for it. I swear I will.
Larry.
Hey, Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we got?
She's right. Maybe we'll get at least a little bit of information from him.
Nick!
Okay, now that you're actually talking to me, what do you know about this?
I think you know how much I want to help you guys, but I really don't know what to do about that.
Okay.
What is it, Nick?
It's just that he seems so, I don't know, pleasant. What about the buzzer now?
The buzzer at the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right?
That's right. But just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya.
Huh?
Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to rescue you, like the professional guard that I am.
Wow, that was pretty good.
Thanks. I try.
Do you think you could tell us more about the buzzer now?
Yes, please. Please tell us.
Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed.
Thanks.
I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier.
Yeah, I heard it. So, that was you, huh?
You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office?
Well, this is the third floor from the basement. The CEO's office on the first floor. I thought it would be a good idea to, adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary.
It's as if he's trying to win an award for laziest person on the planet.
Let's get back to what we were talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night?
Yeah, there must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right?
Of course I did. And I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either.
Do you think you could take just one more look for me? Pretty please?
Oh, okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya.
What do you think, Nick?
He's probably right. But don't think he could say no.
What?
What's wrong? What is it?
I made a mistake.
Huh? But how?
It can't be. It's impossible.
Okay, enough already. What about the records?
That night, they went off just once in the morning at 1 a.m.
1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened.
Really? Are you serious? Like, it's terrible. It can't be.
The buzzer went off once at 1:02.
You guys have really made me reflect on what I've been, the way I've been living. But the only problem with all this reflecting was time for love. Frankly, I think reflecting is a bit overrated, you know?
What are you going on about, Larry?
Plus, do you honestly have any new info about the buzzer record?
Huh, the record? No, nothing at all.
This guy reflects about as much as a piece of black carpeting. What does Gumshoe think about this? Hey Gumshoe, what do you think? You said it didn't go off, but it actually did.
Gumshoe, what about this right here?
Okay, fine. You don't care? You don't care? It's fine. I'll go to detention, to the detention, and find out stuff there. Where's the detention center?
Mr. Wright.
Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation?
Yes, but please don't leave me anymore.
Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you?
Well, you see...
On the same night, the sacred urn was stolen from the Lordly Taylor department store. A blackmail letter you got summoned to the KB security to hand over some money. And then, that's where the CEO, Cain Ballard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it.
Okay.
Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you are the mask?
Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday?
That was a quick response.
Tell me about it. To be honest, he's starting to get irritating.
But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thieves, didn't we?
Take a good look, everyone! Unable to find my true worth rival of my genius, I was forced to create one myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole the urn.
Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time.
So, then, the person dressed up as the mask is in this photo. It's gotta be Detective.
It's gotta be Detective Acme.
The night of the crime. So that night, you didn't go to Lord and Taylor, you went to KB Security, right?
Yes, I went to the security at the time. The blackmail note said I should.
Alright, what happened next?
Well, I used to work there, so I knew there was where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the key card to unlock the door.
That's probably when he dropped his wallet.
When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there.
Someone?
Then suddenly he bashed me over the head. Bam!
Was it King Bullheart that hit you?
I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body.
So that's why you put it in the safe?
Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in the building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them.
Nick, all of a sudden, Mr. Delight kind of sounds like a murderer to me.
Please don't say that. Why you were fired?
Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, you were forced to quit the KV security?
How did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please!
Don't worry, I haven't told anyone yet.
Oh, thank goodness, you're no... but I suppose I have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually.
Why have you been hiding it from her? Anyway.
Nessie would despise me if she ever found out that I was living a life of crime. The criminal, a thief, she'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over.
Knowing that? Why did you become a thief in the first place?
Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. And at least that's what I thought anyway.
So he became the mask for Desiree, huh? Tell me about your brooch.
What do you think about this? I don't really think I can help you with that. No, that's not it. It's just that the thing is, I don't really know if I can say one way or another.
I didn't really catch that.
Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Alright, then what about the buzzer? Do you know anything about the buzzer?
The buzzer went off just once around the time of the bullet was killed.
Oh, that's scary.
Do you know anything about that, Mr. Delight?
Sorry, I'm afraid I don't.
Why am I not surprised by how clueless he is anymore? What about the list? This list, we found it at the office of the CEO, Mr. Ballard.
Hey, this is the list of all the things that Damask stole.
And that's the value of each item next to them. $100,000, $150,000.
Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items?
The number seems a little low to me. Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that.
I guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. What about the buzzer?
That's the emergency buzzer from the CEO's office. Don't press it! It makes a terrible racket.
Sorry, I just love making a lot of noise.
Does this buzzer have something to do with the case?
Well, at this point, I don't really know yet. After all, there were no prints on it, or anything else for that matter.
No prints on it? Somebody was wearing gloves and pushed it. Hey, this is the article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail.
But the Masquet, he must have gone away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared.
That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Masquet costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. I'm pretty clever.
Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The gardens photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight?
That's right. A nice trick if I do say so myself.
Nice and easy to figure out. Even pros could see through that in a heartbeat.
But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. And he truly deserves the title of Ace Detective.
Detective Atme found the masked disguise? That's interesting.
Yes, I heard I heard that he brought it home with him.
So that's it. That's when Atme got his hands on this.
Thanks to that, I got my chance to remake my costume.
That must have been really time consuming, huh?
Yeah, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters.
Blackmail letters?
You have them starting when? Tell me more, now!
Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up.
This blackmail letter?
So, was this blackmail letter written by KB Security CEO Kane Bullard?
I think so. Probably. You can only get into the CEO's office if you have a key card.
And the blackmail letter said to meet in KB Security.
Guess no one other than Mr. Bullard could have written the letter then.
Blackmail letter.
This blackmail letter, is this the first one you got?
No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me to a specific location.
So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Tier of Amon heist. The first letter, it said, "I know you did it."
So someone found out about your true identity? Just like that?
It's not easy being a master thief, you know. I got proof that it was you, so give up, it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all the trouble to steal.
Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up?
Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box, the letter specified. Someone sent me $10,000.
No one said anything about me being worried, you know.
After that, I started getting the plans in the mail.
Plans? What are these plans you're talking about?
They were instructions on how to steal a crown, or painting, or some other rare treasure. They shared security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods.
So you mean that the one who planned the heist wasn't you?
No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from a very, very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans.
It sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him.
So Ron Delight was the mask after all? But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail?
All I had to do was deposit this treasure I stole into a safe deposit box. Then I just had to wait for the cash to come in by the mail.
Could you try not to look so gleeful about it?
So you went after the Sacred Urn because of one of those plans too?
Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal.
Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth?
Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay?
Wait, let's read that. real quick. Ron's system away from the mask. His second heist on was stealing, as directed by blankmail letters. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask. Yes, but what? Please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him?
Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday.
Why?
Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right?
I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight.
I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word.
Mystic Maya!
Hey, Pearly!
I'm back!
Hey, Pearls, so what have you been up to the whole time?
You figured it, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Crane Village and have it examined.
And? What did you find out?
Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn.
Phew. That's a relief. I was really worried.
But there's one small problem.
Problem?
These cute little pink sponges. They said it's paint, but they were put on the urn recently.
Why are we talking about the pink sponges again? What's the big deal?
What's the big deal? Well, you've got to find how they got. What's the big deal? We've got to find out how they got there. That's the big deal.
Yes, Mr. Nick. We've got to find out how they got there.
Okay. We'll go find out how they got there.
Please forget about me. Don't forget about me.
What do you know about this, Mr. Delight?
That's kind of strange.
What is?
Up until now, the mask was gone after famous works of art of treasure. Why did he suddenly steal this plain-looking urn that nobody would want?
And make it sound like you had nothing to do with the theft.
Well, it wasn't me that chose to steal this urn.
Yeah, but you know who does know?
Look at me!
Because he was the one that you would give. He's the one who returned all the treasures, wasn't he? Let's see. We have to find out what happened to the urn. That happened at the exhibit. No, the exhibit. Go back. And then go to the basement. Ooh. Hey, progression.
Oh, Pearl. How nice to see you. How nice to see you.
Hello there.
I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to?
Well, actually, I was having this urn examined.
Oh, I see.
Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here.
Nick, let's look around one more time.
Can we just present it to her? Won't she just break?
See, we got our sacred urn back.
That's really wonderful.
But we're not entirely convinced it's the same urn. Miss Andrews, we want you to cooperate with us. What? Okay, what if we present you... The paint. Looks like a part-time big billboard. No, it's not the paint. Going at that box with paint on it. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me.
It's the box that was the sacred urn was in.
Looks like there's pink paint on it too.
It's definitely the same color and stuff as on the urn.
I think I know how the paint got on now.
All right, let's investigate again, Nick.
I thought I already had that in my stuff. But okay. And there's also paint here. Looks to me like it's been dry for several days.
Something suspicious about the paint marks. The bottom left part of the shape is shaped oddly, and it's shocking pink.
Mr. Nick, could it be this shape is...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
It's the box that the sacred urn was in.
If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well.
Wow, you're right. Look, it matches.
I figured it out.
What is it, Mr. Nick?
This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. I think it's all starting to be clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Mia's box broken! Because this sucks as a transporting pot, and so Miss Andrews decided to replace the box in the urn and hope that nobody noticed. But unfortunately, we did. Tell me about the box, Miss Andrews.
What a magnificent box.
You're not going to throw us off the trail with flattery. I want to know about the paint on this box.
I'm sure I don't know anything about that.
Some people just have a natural gift for lying. Adrian is not one of them. No, we already read this. What about that? Miss Andrews, about the paint that is all over the wall.
Oh, look at that. It looks like paint. The paint's all right. It looks like paint, all right. Isn't that funny? I never noticed that before.
That has to be one of the most pathetic acting I've ever seen in my life.
I'm beginning to get very frustrated.
Uh-oh. I'd better do something to calm them down fast. Do we still? Yeah, we still have to. Alright, Megatama powers, activate!
Take that!
Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn?
Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit.
The urn that was submitted before the court today, it's obviously not the same urn as before.
Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake.
A fake?
You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine?
I mean, it was a fake, but I'm going to present the box.
Take that!
Well, Miss Andrews...
See, look, it was a fake after all.
Huh?
I mean, your evidence is fake too, as I suspected.
Oops. I guess this isn't going to help me much.
So, have I convinced you, or do you have any evidence to the urn is submitted and the trial is genuine?
Found the return at me. But it's the genuine article.
Take that!
Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. It says so right under the little picture. Somebody wrote out, it's the genuine article, and as we know, the text under the picture never lies. Pearls went back to Kudian village and had it examined.
Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how.
What she discovered was that the urn had been broken again.
Did you say again?
Yes, it was broken once a year ago. And now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too.
Very recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know?
Dude, do you want me... I could present the old picture. Treasure exhibit. Look at this. Does this look anything like that?
Take that!
This poster, it was made recently, right?
Poster? The poster for the exhibit.
At the time when the photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed.
I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. It wasn't even there when the photo. I wasn't even there when the photo for the poster was taken.
That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth.
Wait.
For?
But even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it.
Huh?
Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened.
It looks like she's not going to give up on the last side lock that easily.
Do you have any proof that the urn was broken here at Lawley Taylor?
This paint?
Take that!
Well, Miss Andrews?
What's this supposed to mean?
There's pink paint all over this urn. And there's pink paint all over the floor and wall of this basement warehouse. In other words, this urn was broken here. You can't weasel out of this, Miss Andrews.
But
Uh-oh, she's trying to make her escape.
But you can get pink paint anywhere.
Well, there's
Well, there's none in my office, that's for sure. Well, there is in my room. Liar. Anyway, the paint on the urn and the paint on the floor, there's no proof that that's the same paint. Come on, this is getting ridiculous. The proof linking the paint to the urn to the paint on the floor is...
Take that!
the box. This box. The urn was stored in this, right? Yes, that's right. Well, there's pink paint on this box as well. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. The paint on the floor has an odd shape imprinted in it, doesn't it? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. But not Apollo justice. Haha. I'm so sorry. I was the one. The one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. And not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did.
Huh? It's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly?
No, not at all. I know how she feels.
It happened about 2 weeks ago, just after the poster photo was taken. On the same day, the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying in the box. When I tripped on the paint, when I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise. I thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing for the worst, I opened the lid of the box, and that's when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. I let out a huge scream.
I can totally see how that could have happened.
Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands.
Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Korean Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big.
And that's when the I am got changed to Amy.
I didn't know it was originally how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami.
Any sane person? Really?
Oh, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling.
Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom, and no one had seen it since then.
But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains.
Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it.
The Ami statue. Aha.
The first time we came down here, it was on the night of the sacred urn was stolen.
But Mr. Nick, there was no paint marks on the wall fourth floor in the warehouse when we were here.
Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime afternoon, the golden statue was just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall.
Huh?
I realized that the statue would have been the perfect size for covering up the plant stains. That's why I put it in where you first saw.
I see. Now it makes perfect sense.
But there's still one thing I find strange.
What is it, Pearl?
The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible.
She's right about that.
Well, Miss Andrews? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again?
Well, then who was it? Who would have done it anyway? And why?
On the day before the thief, on the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day it was moved. But why?
It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case.
But why? Why do you think so, Nick?
Because that night, the real thief, Ron Delight, was at KB Security. So then why did the other mask, the mask, show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact.
What undeniable fact?
The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance.
To be continued.
Alright, chat. Take another 2 to 3 minute break. We shouldn't take too long. I'm still full. Most I'm gonna do is go get a drink of water, maybe use the restroom real quick. But thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it very much. Please, guys, if you could, please retweet the stream if you haven't already, or you can even quote the stream and I'll retweet that for you. But we'll be right back. 2 to 3 minutes. Enjoy your break.
I believe we're on turnabout 3. Thanks for the host, Sammy. Yeah, I think we're on turnabout 3. We're in the middle of it. Wait, no. Yeah. No. Yeah? No. Yeah? No. No. We're on turnabout 2? No, we're on turnabout 2. Yeah, this is the second. No. Third case, but it's turnabout 2. Yeah. Yeah. It's turnabout 2. It's confusing because there's 2 cases in this one. The stolen turnabout, I believe, is what we're on. Oh, really? Let's see. To recap what has been going on thus far. In the beginning started as a theft. There was a theft of the sacred urn of the Korean village sacred urn. There was like they were at a museum or whatever. There was like the super thief that steals it, and then later on he turns himself in. We're going back and forth of why he isn't the thief, because even though he turned himself in, his wife is like, nah, bro, he can't do anything like that. He would never steal anything. So we're on his wife's side. It's like, yeah, he's a really timid guy, and he seems really weak. Like there's no way he stole anything. Here's proof that he didn't steal anything. He's just a really big fan of this super thief. And so we prove him innocent, and we're like, no, see, he was at his security job at the time of the murder, so there's no way it was him. He was at his security job. Here's proof that he's at his security job. So there, he can't be the murderer. End of case. The other guy is the person who did it, and he's the guy that you should be arresting. He pretended to be an ace detective, but he's an ace liar. He's the ace lying detective thief man. And so we were like, yay, we win the case. We found the real thief and everything. But it turns out that there was a murder at the exact same time that he was at his other job at the security place. At the time that we proved that he was there, the CEO of the security place apparently was murdered. And so now we've proven that he was there at the night of the murder. So he's not getting charged with being a thief. He's now being charged with being a murderer. And now we just finished investigating like how that happened, what was going on there, and we were investigating the murder area and all these other things. Because you're going crazy, Ollie. You're not actually hearing voices. You're just hearing yourself repeated over here. It's a figment of your imagination. But yeah, that's where we are right now, Sammy. So now we're about to go back to the first day, or the first day of the murder trial is what we're about to go to. Okay, let's continue the next day of trial. Thank you everybody who has tweeted me out. I appreciate it. M Shadows and Monster Hunter Goes Hollywood for a live action movie. What? Do we really need a live action Monster Hunter movie? I'm not excited for that. Well, thank you everybody that's tweeted me out. I appreciate it. I got 10 retweets. That's nice. That's a nice amount. That's a good amount. Gonna retweet this. And then we will continue. I enjoy the trials a lot more than investigations. A lot more. Alright. So let's continue. Thank you for the WBs. And let's go.
Hey, Nick!
What is it this time?
You won't believe how many people are here in the trial.
Well, it is a murder case.
What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door.
Next door?
Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atmy's trial today.
Detective Atmy?
They say they're going to try him as Mask. The Mask.
Already? That was fast.
Boy, I'd love to see The Mask's trial.
I know. By the way, where's Pearls?
Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore.
I know you don't like me.
Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh?
Yeah, ever since that incident last year.
Please don't ignore me.
Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning.
No one likes me. No one would really notice me, even if I killed someone.
Come on, don't be silly. Whoa, wait a sec.
You don't mean you're the murderer?
No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor.
Now, let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heists.
Do you really think there a connection between the thief and murder, Nick?
It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock.
Huh? How come? Let's just take our times like always.
I'm afraid that's not an option.
The court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Ready. Preparation is the last refugee of the week. Okay, settle down everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot.
He's got the judge in the palm of his hands yet again.
Ron the Light is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. And then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war, but that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes, well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case.
Wow. The judge is taking charge. Like he knows what's going on for a change.
The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in the safe at approximately 9 a.m. On the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. Of the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot, please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness? Okay, then let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Light, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but...
I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then.
We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify.
Ha! You've got guts, Wright. All right then, Mr. Ron Delight, please take to the stand. You did it, didn't you?
Yes, but... No. That's not true.
For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever.
Well, Mr. Delight's already looks pretty guilty with that face he's making.
And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin.
Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security?
Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home.
Now then, let's hear the testimony about what happened.
That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was.
1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. The weak gets washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Ha! It's better today, too. Just like my destiny.
You never know that from the way he chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, the cross-examination, if you please.
The evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Ballard in his office at KB Security.
Hold it!
At 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that?
Yes. What? That's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No, actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock is also a bit.
Oh, 1 a.m., that's the exact time the victim, Mr. Ballard, was murdered, correct? It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure.
The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there.
Oops, I didn't mean to skip it. It ordered me to go there. It ordered you there?
It was the first time I've gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere.
What does that mean? You've got another blackmail letter then?
Oh, of course. They say things like steal this and take that.
Why don't you save those letters, those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Now, what should I do? So, what did the blackmail letter in question say?
It said to bring $550,000.
Money. A perfect motive for committing a murder.
Oh, but wait! I never intended to take that money anyway.
Oh, is that right?
After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Muddy Mudskipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do.
The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It was going to cause me... It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything.
Just what were you being blackmailed about?
The blackmail letter said, if you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Ballard didn't have anything on me.
He didn't.
Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as my Desi believes in me.
So that's why Miss Delight didn't believe he was demasked.
That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was.
You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right?
Yes, that's right.
We're security chief, you? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say?
This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject? Life after being fired. Why he was fired? I don't say anything. Life after being fired. What did you do after being fired from KB Security?
I spent a lot of time looking for work. And then I decided I wanted to start something myself.
Not good. This is going from bad to worse.
So I started looking at books, TVs, and movies, learning all I could about masked men.
Masked men?
So you wanted to try drawing comic books, right? About masked men?
No, that's not right. I wanted to become...
Your Honor, let's move on, shall we?
But you asked a question. You're being quite odd today, Miss Wright.
Way to bring a spinning buzzsaw one notch closer to your own neck, case attorney.
There wasn't much in the testimony, was there?
Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like to me.
I got a bad feeling about this. We better be careful.
But if we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth.
Yeah.
Let's press that final thing again. Life after being fired. Why he was fired. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job.
Well...
The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that.
Okay, then I take it, but...
Defendant, please answer the question.
I needed money.
You needed money?
Well, you see, Dancy loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby.
Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick?
My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company.
Come again?
KB Securities has a lot of security info of all sorts of companies. And since I was the security team chief...
You stole some data and sold it.
Mr. Ballard found out and I was fired immediately.
What? I wish I had never asked that.
I was somehow able to keep it a secret, and I made it seem like I had quit on my own.
What is it, Nick? You don't look so good.
Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that.
He sure told you.
So you admit that you stole data from the company, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony.
Oh man, This whole thing just took a big turn for the worse, crashed, blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. He fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that.
Hold it!
Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby. What else? Wasting money, huh? It's not waste.
So Miss Delight doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she?
So it would seem.
I'm not sure what to think, but couples who keep secrets like that from each other...
I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples.
Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright.
There wasn't much in his testimony, was there?
Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like to me.
Uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about this. We'd better be careful.
If we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, what could it be? 1 a.m., even 1 a.m., The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. The blackmail threat didn't scare me, it wasn't going to cause me any trouble. I had been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. He fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. Desi doesn't know about that. Wasn't there something else we opened up? An evening key, 1 a.m., Mr. Bullard. The office. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. Cinema buns. Yeah. Paired makes me think of cinnamon buns too. I'm hungry. Welcome back, Wolf. He's been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew that this was his office. And fired me selling company secrets. So, Ron has such a female face, yeah. He's very effeminate. Effeminate. Backbone didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me any trouble or anything. Maybe I have something for that? The blackmail I got, it ordered me to go there. Now you definitely got a blackmail letter that told you to go there. The evening, around 1 a.m., it was 1 a.m., I went to Mr. Ruler's, and yes it was 1 a.m. You did go to the office. Blackmail didn't threaten. What if it... See, that's weird. If you weren't scared about the blackmail letter, why bother going to the thing then? Why even bother? I'd been working for KB Security until about a year ago, so I knew where his office was. He fired me for selling secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. I can't prove that Desi did know about that, and I don't have any proof that he didn't fire you for selling those secrets. This is the only thing I got. So chat, we're gonna be objecting in 15 seconds. If you agree with me, feel free to object with me in chat. Let's see. We are going to be presenting in 15 seconds the following the blackmail letter. If you didn't care, why even pay attention to the blackmail letter? So, objection!
Objection!
This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in statement, Your Honor.
How exactly was the evidence in the statement now related?
They aren't, are they? Whoop. I guess not.
Mr. Wright, please think over the facts before you're making accusations.
I don't think that won any points with me with the judge. Then what? A blackmail threat didn't scare me. Wasn't going to go through with it. If the blackmail didn't scare you... He fired me, company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. What does the profile say about Desi? Hates criminal, cowards more than anything. Needs to be a guard for KV security. What does the blackmail letter say? Where is it? Blackmail letter, check. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KV security at 1 AM on October 12th. And if you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. That red diamond. But it would scare you to forget your identity revealed, because then Desi would find out. And but Desi doesn't know that about you. And if the blackmail threat it does scare you. You're scared to death about Desi finding out your thing. Okay, we're gonna present Desi's profile here in hopes that proves that he is actually scared. It's another way of proving that the blackmail actually does scare him. So if you agree with me, 15 seconds, I will be doing that. So... Objection!
Objection!
Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you said yesterday. What doesn't? I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Of having a certain person find out your secret. But a certain person? Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife.
But listen to me, my Desi, she's...
Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins.
Godot.
Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh,
No, everything is falling neatly into place for him.
Don't talk to him about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry.
Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far.
What do you think, Mr. Nick?
I think it was possible to just get so... I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes.
Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. But I came to. Mr. Ballard was lying there, dead.
Wearing what? Wearing that? Wearing what?
I see, suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that the mask struck him on the head from behind.
Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself. That was all a lie.
Ha. No one is going to believe a pathetic lie like that.
What are you saying? I really was attacked.
We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Wright? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I will treat you to another cup of my special blend.
I don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. And suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed.
Wait, let's press that first. Who was this suspicious shadow?
If there were 1,000 of me, and even if there were 1,000 of me, and even one knew, I'd tell you. Trust me.
He's dodging all our questions, not helping us win his case.
Okay, then how about the victim, Mr. Ballard? At the time... what about the victim, Mr. Ballard, at the time?
What do you mean, how was he?
Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place.
That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright?
Forget it.
Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed.
Your forehead?
Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack.
You remember anything about who hit you?
Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while.
I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking.
Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense in him.
If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed.
Wearing what? That? Could you please clarify what you're referring to?
Why, the mask. The mask costume, of course.
Wait just a moment. Mask? The mask?
Did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as a mask. The mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security.
What?
Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this.
I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either.
Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets.
I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Oh, wait. That's not right. I know how sometimes things just slip your mind.
Ha! My sixth cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony.
I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my the mask costume.
Why were you dressed as the mask?
Why? Because I'm the mask, of course.
What are you talking about? Mask? The mask is trial. He's being held next door.
Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at the time, I thought I was being blackmailed over this the mask issue. So I thought I should go as him just to be safe.
Oh boy.
And let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I expected.
Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer?
Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught up on the safe door, you see? This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body.
What was that? Back up a second.
Yes.
You were the one that hid the body in the safe.
Well, yeah.
Inconceivable. Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What?
The answer is simple. When they take them off.
As usual, I have no idea what you're saying.
Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Ha! So you're not as stupid as you look.
His metaphor this time was really obscure.
Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you?
Well, yes. Well, yes.
Oh, why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to your testimony.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather, Judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Why didn't you hide the body in the... Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in the drawer. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw the corpse, I kinda lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it.
Ha, I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him, and that's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense.
Hold on. 10 minutes?
What is it, Nick?
I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it?
Under those circumstances? Oh, circumstances. What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show what the circumstances were?
That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence.
We've heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we?
There's not much in the testimony either.
I bet you he's still hiding something.
I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him.
I hope he doesn't make things any more complicated.
Let's see. The last bit. But I panicked and body. It took about 10 minutes to hide it. But wasn't the alarm going off? The buzzer went off once at one of the... I wouldn't... No, I would have gotten out. So... Alright. Let's see. Let us see. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. If you agree with me, go ahead and object with me. Chat. Objection!
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record?
What might this be?
The record for the emergency buzzer that connects to the CEO's office to security. If the button is in the office is pressed, the security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02.
What?
If Mr. Rondelite truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as the buzzer sounded. After all, the security guard would have been heading his way.
Objection!
Let's remember who we are dealing with here. He probably had no idea there was a security personnel in the building.
Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them.
Objection!
But as it turns out, the guard never came.
That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend.
Hey, Nick, why are you telling people my business, Nick?
And wasn't anywhere in the vicinity, was not something. What are you saying? And wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known.
Objection!
Again, remember who we are dealing with here. Yeah, it's not a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off.
Objection!
This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he would have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is.
Conscious? What do you mean by that? Fine. Let's hear your theory.
Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes.
Unconscious? So he fainted?
That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body.
So, what you're trying to say?
Mr. Delight was knocked out and the buzzer went off soon after. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was one person in that room. That's right, whoever it was that they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer.
Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is...
Objection!
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Cain Ballard.
Objection!
Then who pressed the buzzer?
It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held a button long enough to push that button. He must have held on long enough to push that button. So Cain Ballard sounded the buzzer himself. What's your opinion on this, Mr. Wright?
I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene. But how? Can I prove that it wasn't Cain Ballard who sounded the buzzer? Can I? There were no fingerprints on it. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer.
Take that!
I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for.
The emergency buzzer. Is there some kind of clue on it?
Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before you open your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue.
Now I'm the one who's clueless.
This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Ballard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind.
Objection!
Run the light obviously wiped them off.
Objection!
Why would he? A guard could have come at any moment.
He touched that button and I know he did.
Objection!
The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask, Damask. And Mask, Damask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have to wipe the button free of fingerprints?
Order, order, order! It would seem I've been forced to eat crow.
Wonder what blend of crow flavored coffee it is.
However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would the person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden?
It looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks.
They're on to you, Nick.
Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit, Mr. Bullard, at 1 a.m. Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer.
Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed.
Security was supposed to respond?
Your time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say.
Very well then.
Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer?
They didn't mean to call the security guard to find out what it did. To call the security guard. Why else? Hello? Hello? Why do you push the security guard button? To bring the security guard. The killer knew that if they pressed the button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted.
Do you mean to say that the killer called the guard on purpose?
Yes, although it turned out he never showed up.
Because he was getting his clock cleaned by the time.
What a touching story. You're saying that the killer had a change of heart and called a guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When the buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, King Ballard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer.
Hypothetically, yes.
Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight.
And if any security guard came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer.
Yes, that's precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder.
Order! It would seem I've been made to eat my words again.
Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee.
Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the only one and only mask. So...
Nick, you mean the real killer is...
We're going to drag that person in here right now.
But who is it?
I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder King Ballard.
Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Rondelite for the murder of King Ballard?
Look at me.
Take that!
Detective Luke at me. He is the only one who could have done it.
Base detective.
Look at me.
You mean, Mask... The Mask did it?
Your Honor, the person being tried in at the court next to us is not Mask Damask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of King Ballard.
Order, Mr. Wright. Explain yourself.
Theft and murder, which is a more serious crime.
They're not even close. Murder is more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subjective to capital punishment.
Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke at me confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom.
Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as Mask Damask.
Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along.
To be found guilty?
Mask Damask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask Damask was Look at me's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi.
A guilty verdict? As an alibi? You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atmey's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Look-at-me's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal.
Am I really sure about this?
Ha! I bet a bet's only good when your life's the ante.
Mr. Wright, I believe in you.
Mr. Delight.
So, please, I'm begging you.
Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. But what's that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice. It still sounds like Mia.
Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess.
So that's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. This court would now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when you return, please summon Mr. Look-at-me to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, Sir Detective Attenby,
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
no, Sir Detective Attenby, you were the one who...
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant Look-at-me.
Hold it!
Wait. Don't hand down your verdict yet, please.
Well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom.
Who's this hooser, eh? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. And I wish to file the accusation against this man, Look-at-me.
Accusation? You accuse
The mask? That man is not masked. The mask. He is just a ruthless murderer.
What? To be continued, eh? To be continued, eh?
Alright, guys. We found another break point, so we'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. 3 to 4 minutes. And yeah. Thank you guys for joining me. And remember, you guys share the stream whenever you can. I greatly appreciate it very, very much. I hope you guys are enjoying it. We're coming up on, I believe, the final part where we try Look-at-me as the actual murderer. Hopefully. So we'll be right back with more Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Jeebler, thank you for the host. Alright guys, I'm back and about ready, I think. I have guests in the house, I think, so you might hear some people in the background, but hopefully not. Got me some water. Hey geek, I hope you feel better. Nick, so you couldn't sleep? I couldn't sleep last night. I was literally I was trying to sleep for like 4 hours and nothing. Cheebler. Go follow Cheebler. She hates it when you follow her. G-rate, oh my god. You can't, the API is broken, Ash. Oh, hi there. It's easier if you just click your name and click follow like that. If you do that, it's an easy way to follow. Alright, let's continue. So I have to apologize if I don't talk to you guys during the game because it's really hard to do multiple things and read multiple things at the same time, and also don't want to ruin the mood. And I already stumble over my words enough as it is. If I did too much interaction, I would just stumble over my words even more. But hopefully you guys enjoy the stream, and which should be the last part of the case, hopefully. And then next time we can continue, but don't forget to, you can do as lazies do's. Keep in touch and watch past highlights. You can follow me on Twitter at LazyR1CO, and you can subscribe to YouTube at LazyR1CO TV. You can join us on Discord at discord.me/LazyRico as well. Yeah, the cases in the third game are pretty long, and they only get longer. Well, let's continue, shall we?
My sis?
I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice.
So then she's still alive? Inside your heart? Nicky boy?
Oh, Miss Delight.
Is it true that detective is the real killer?
To be honest, we don't have any definite proof. But he's the only one who could have done it.
But wasn't he at Lord Taylor that night?
Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motivation.
Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motivation.
I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard?
Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. It's gotta happen sooner rather than later. One second. We saved, right? Okay.
Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Look at Me, please take the stand. Well, well. How do you do, sir lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly.
You couldn't let your hand down. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask Damask.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Look at Me has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been given in the next courtroom. I've been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask Damask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example.
So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask Damask.
Of course. Very well then, look at me. Let us begin with this simple question. In October 12th at 1 a.m., King Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Judge. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Acme. The night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears.
As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. I was stealing the urn as Mask Damask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. The photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time of which the camera captured Mask Damask was the same time as the murder. I see the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene.
Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this as well.
Even the great Mask Damask cannot be in two places at once. And then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive.
Hold it!
Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination.
The fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool.
I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick.
The only thing that's full of it is his alibi.
I was stealing the urn as the mask, just as announced I would.
Hold it!
So this photograph is the proof, correct?
Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I am called Mask. Mask.
But conveniently, that also means that there is no way to tell who this really is.
What do you mean?
Objection!
Are you saying that this is not, in fact, look at me? That is, it could be an accomplice dressed as the mask to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice?
Name the accomplice? No, you didn't have an accomplice. If Luke was at the KB security during the murder, then the mask in this picture has to be a fake.
Then there really was an accomplice.
But right now, I have no idea who it was.
I don't have any idea right now either.
Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. There's gotta be another way, and I'm going to find it. Because he didn't have an accomplice.
I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job.
Hold it!
I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point.
That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken.
You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent the card after you began your security watch, right?
Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am.
Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona.
You know, that's true. It is kind of odd.
The photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turns out to be my witness.
Hold it!
So, by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct?
Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime.
The very thing that proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose.
Objection!
He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. And we all have days like that. Indeed, it turns out that there was no such thing as a perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad blue melody.
Looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's gotta be something phony in that photo.
The time which the camera captured the mask was the same time as the murder.
About the camera that took this photograph,
Oh, come now, it's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there is no way the picture could have been altered. Mercy!
it looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious.
So his alibi is false?
It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at the KB security.
But I'm not really spotting anything unusual.
There are two possibilities. Either the mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. I was stealing the urn as Master Mask, just as I announced I would.
Hold it!
And so this photograph, indeed, it is. King Pro, Mask. Conveniently, what do you mean?
Objection!
Ha da da da. You didn't have an accomplice. I don't believe you did. Had more than enough time to prepare, and it was a pathetically easy job. I believe Major Andrews hired you. You're attached. Truly evil.
Hold it!
So by the photograph, you mean evidence is correct. Indeed, it is. Indeed, this is it, and the very thing that proves I committed the crime. That proves you committed the crime. Surely, even you understand by now, Lordly Taylor. What tempered means I could not have killed King Bullard unless I had an accomplice. Come on, think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse, this picture that supposedly captures it, it's gotta be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture?
You bet there is!
I don't remember this.
Are you implying that this picture is a fake?
You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night.
Very well, then let's hear what you have to say.
What about
this photograph do you find funny?
well, clearly. I think it's the paint. Does the paint look weird? Also, the fact that he moved the thing. Now you see the paint, the statue. Why is the statue moved?
Take that!
The funny part is right here.
Why, this is a blood stain. Blood. Now this case is getting interesting.
Not exactly. The stain is actually pink paint.
Oh, Or just paint. Peach-colored at that.
From blood to peaches. The judge sure loves going on his wild tangents.
The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen.
Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains?
This. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following.
Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue was just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it.
I myself was there the night the theft took place and saw a statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there.
Objection!
But when I went there the day after the theft, the statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally.
Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance.
In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night?
Can you do it, Nick?
Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it?
Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you prepared your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime?
It could only be Look At Me.
The one who moved the statue is none other than Look At Me. Come now, Mr. Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions.
Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions?
It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue?
The reason for moving the golden statue? Here's where our battle really begins.
Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue?
The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look At Me pretended to be Mask the Mask and created an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor at night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue.
A single fatal flaw? Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does the lie exist?
Isn't it the box? Isn't it the box? No. It's the paint, isn't it? Just where in the picture does the lie exist? No, it's the paint still. Are they trying to trick me? I feel like it's the paint again, but like your mind doesn't like having the same answer twice. Like I'm sure it's happened to you guys. You're taking like a math test and one question is the answer is 25, and then the next question they do a long word problem and the answer is 25, and then another question comes by and then the answer turns out to be 25, but you kind of like feel like they're trying to trick you, because why is the answer 25 3 times in a row? Bing 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 bing. Where is the lie? The lie. If it's not, I don't think, because if it's not this, and it's not, because that's not gonna, they're not gonna be like, oh yeah, that's the lie. It has to be the timestamp, I think. Maybe. Probably. He had access to, like, the computer, I remember. Or, paint, me, beep, 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 beep. I'm gonna go with the timestamp, because that's the only thing that's keeping him having an alibi, is the fact that it's supposedly 1 o'clock. Naturally, the lie is this photo. In this photo is the timestamp.
But what do you mean?
I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Look at Me went to the KB security and murdered Kane Ballard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time.
But what does that have to do with the statue being moved?
Remember, if you will, Your Honor, when was this statue placed beside the warehouse door?
Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint.
Exactly. Look at Me had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for him for that time, he took his picture days before the murder took place.
What the?
Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Look at Me had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in this photo.
Order, Mr. Adme, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? Oh, what is that? The data of the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime.
It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage the data was yours. That alone would allow you to tamper with the data.
Order! Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Now, put that coffee down.
My 11th cup. I promised to drink no more than 17 during the trial. Which means I'm still good till the last drop.
However, the defense has a very good point.
The good point? So what? We are all but travelers on the road of infinite points.
I think he's got his points mixed up with other points.
So, you say this photograph was taken ahead of time? And that the statue was moved in order to make it match? That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is that is only a possibility. Men that are trapped by chains of maybe can never reach their dreams.
Well, that's very true.
No way. Don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask.
Yes?
If there's no funny business in your actions as Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it.
Yes, please provide this court with your testimony. About your plan to steal the sacred urn.
I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box and Zavary. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew I was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. And then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th.
That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it?
Yeah, but we'll find the truth hidden in the nuggets in the new information he gave.
With this, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zavary. Very well then. I don't know what Zavary means, but Mr. Wright, you may continue. You may begin your cross-examination. They first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed, it seemed that they had heard of my Zavar linking reputation.
I see Miss Andrews still attracting the weirdos. You better watch out too, Maya.
The urn was placed in the box, and Zabari! It was then sent to the warehouse.
You mean this box?
Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me.
Interesting new tidbit.
Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime.
So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before?
Indeed, you may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance of that warehouse. However, I look at me and let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand.
You mean this calling card?
That's right. That is without a doubt my calling card.
I guess Mr. Delight didn't want to make this after all.
Of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him.
I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly.
Then no one entered the basement house?
Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, the period of approximately 5 minutes. People were indeed in and out of the warehouse. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th.
And this is the photo that proves that, huh?
Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much.
Hey Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken.
That's true.
You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night.
If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. I need to take a good, hard look at the court record.
And not a lot going on, is there?
The detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing that I need to prove in this cross-examination. That he took the photo well before the actual night of the crime.
Alright then, how do we do that?
There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly, that he had never seen the urn before he stole it.
We need to prove that he's lying.
Well, the picture. They took a picture of it like 14 days before they got stolen. So... I handled security. At last, they're in my hands for the first time. Hence, I actually unable to see the urn for myself. What about this picture? How have you never seen it? If you agree with me, chat, 15 seconds to agree with me. We're going to put objections. 10 more seconds. So, ready. Get ready, chat. Objection! Oops, gosh dang it. I always mess this up. Objection! Nope. Your Honor, that statement contradicts the evidence.
I think you're wrong there, Mr. Wright. It doesn't contradict anything. I think Chad's probably going to make fun of you too, because how does he didn't see the picture. It doesn't make any sense, Mr. Wright.
Really?
Yes, I think that you owe me a sandwich because I'm hungry. I'm always up here, and I don't even ask for anything. I just want a little sandwich. It's not so much to ask for, just a sandwich. That's all I want. That's it. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright.
Whoops. That didn't go so well. Okay then. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Until the day of the crime. How do I prove that you did see it? The urn was placed in the box in Zavary. It was then sent to the warehouse. So, right here again, you're seeing the urn being placed into the box and being sent to the warehouse. Hence, I never actually able to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. Let's see. Presented a poster of the urn. The poster is there, but that didn't work. Carry the sent before the heist. The emblem. The warehouse camera went off. Blackmail. If you don't, that I'll take the red diamond you received the other day instead. Also, that red diamond is clearly the thing he's wearing. Public, Damascus, King Autopsy, newspaper clipping, CO buzzer, cane lists. What is in here actually? Left of Hand of Hades, portrait of Virginia. Okay. Buzzer record, Ron's testimony, second heist. There was stealing and directed blackmail letters. Broken and repaired by Adrian Andrews. 2 weeks, replaced by the box, kept out of sight. Adrian Andrews. Security exhibit. To the security Lord Terra will be coming prolonged most. The priceless work of art. Take care of the speckled urn, won't you? Speckled urn. The speckled urn? Does he mean like the speckled dots of paint? Is that what you're talking about? The speckled painty dots? Is that? If you've never seen the urn, or if you've never seen the treasure, how do you know about this urn? 20 days, that's even before they took a picture of it to tell people about it. How did you even know it was an urn that was the treasure? So that has to be it, I think. So chat, if you agree with me, I'm gonna present that objection. Objection! Mr. Atme, if you really are the mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read the passage from the calling card with that mask the mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to the pink pattern on the sacred urn.
Yes, that is true. But so what?
Truth be told, there's no way the mask could have known about this pattern.
What do you mean?
This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains.
Paint stains?
And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor.
I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite.
The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say, an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn.
You can't be serious.
And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint's pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water.
Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Alright, that did it. He's broken.
Nick, I think it's a little early for a victory pose.
Huh?
That's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction? You say? Yesterday we all decided unanimously that this man was the mask. And now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? That's a good point.
No way. Don't fall for that, Your Honor.
You say that Look at Me was the one who killed Cain Bernard. Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright. Motive. Might my merry murderous motives manifest?
Nick, he's getting his second wind.
If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Run Delight, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed, according to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in the murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us to what the defense's motives were.
I'd be honored to, Sir Oldtimer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance.
I, look at me, had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. King Bullard decided to investigate the mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believed he is the mask. That's why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Cain Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So, Mr. The victim, Cain Bullard, blackmailed the defendant? This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. The handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter.
But what?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination. I, look at me, had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever.
Hold on, let's look at that new... Look at that butt. Look at that new, information. Can you not touch... Wait, was it this one? No, it was a blackmail letter we're looking for. Blackmail letter update. Where are you? There you are. Found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard. Touch the... This was written to him, obviously. Not to Ron, but let's see what they want me to present. I look at me, had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. And who in the world is going to prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and King Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with the motive was Mr. Delight. King Bullard decided to investigate the mask and simply mistook who he was.
Hold it!
Mistook? That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take in error.
That wasn't what I meant.
Just who did the victim mistake to mask to be? Why, the answer is obvious. Ron Delight, of course.
Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for the mask?
Don't you already know that? Zavary, take a look at this newspaper. Oh, hey, that's the famous tear of Emanon, the magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant? The victim clearly misread this article and sorry. He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact masked. Demask. I see.
That was an unusually reasonable deduction.
It was Mr. Ballard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight.
Hold it!
You mean this blackmail letter right here?
It says bring $50,000.
And the handwriting is, without a doubt, the victim's?
There is no mistake. We have an official report to prove. But I don't see an address on this letter anywhere.
An address, see?
This was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment. And Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there is no addressee is irrelevant.
I wonder.
What's up, Nick?
I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight?
Oh, do you have any evidence of that?
For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there is something not quite right about this blackmail letter.
Well, anyone, are you quite satisfied? And it was again Mr. Ballard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal.
What do you mean by that?
Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Zavary! KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, I stole data from the company.
Wait,
I stole data from the company.
Cain Ballard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him the letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. Here is the file that we discovered in Mr. Ballard's office. Evidence that Mr. Ballard was receiving money through blackmail. However, is it not a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Ballard the money? Even though he wasn't actually masked. On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. Mr. Ballard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is masked.
Hold it!
Do you really think that story is gonna hold up?
That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight.
Ronnie
thinks he's masked.
don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him.
Well, Mr. Wright.
He was was he trying to act like Miss Delight just now?
I thought he was actually pretty convincing.
That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Cain Ballard. truly a tragedy.
Now, that's just your imagination talking.
Come now, Sir Lawyer, I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning. But we hear that careful reasoning can we hear that careful reasoning for ourselves? It is a long story and better saved for another time. Very well, another time.
Those so-called long stories aren't usually all that long. At least not in my experience.
So you're going to try to connect Detective Atme to Mr. Bullard, right?
Yes, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either.
In that case, you'll have to talk about the blackmail.
That's true. Was that blackmail letter really intended for Ron?
Since we don't have enough information, you should press him for more in his testimony.
Maybe I'll be able to shake some contradictions loose that way. Look at me as the point of contact, no victim whatsoever. Where can I present the thing? Let's see what we have. Found in Ron Delight's room, written by Bullard. And by Bullard, your red diamond ring is what we're what you call it. So where can we present this? It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. Okay. Yeah, he sent it. Okay. We can believe that. And it again, Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. According to what? What are you just speculating here? Because the blackmail letter doesn't mention anything about Mr. Delight's red ring. But you have a red ring. Mr. Delight doesn't have a red ring like some people that keep flashing it off in the courtroom. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he's masked the mask. Yeah, okay. That is why Mr. Delight was fit to kill Kane. Truly a tragedy. That's debatable. So this is the only thing I have to present. Who wrote? It was him. Then again, Bullard has harbored a grudge. Right here, I don't believe that he harbored a grudge to Delight. He harbored a grudge to you for some reason. So chat, if you agree with me, be prepared to do some objectioning. About 10 seconds. Prepare, you have to bring it in. You go breathe in. Whew. Stretch your hands, stretch. Whew. Ready? Objection! Aw, why? Every time. The evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in your statement, Your Honor.
How exactly?
Because I didn't. It doesn't make. Because he doesn't harbor the thing for him. Bizarre mistake, but excusable. The defendant truly believes that he's masked the mask. So you're connected to Boulevard. Yes, that's right. The blackmail letter. The blackmail letter. Something to do with the blackmail letter. I look at me, have no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate and mask the mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. That also works right there, I guess. Because he didn't send it to Ron Delight. He doesn't have a red ring. Nothing. Oh, we're gonna try this again here, because I'm still on this that he didn't send it to Ron Delight. So, again. Breathe, chat. With me. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Let me get my objections ready. And... Objection! I don't get it. Did I presented the blackmail, right? That's what I did present, correct? Yeah, I presented that. Alright. Let's press him again. Who in the world is going to prove that? I will. In any case, Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask, who simply mistook who he was. Mistook? That's right, mistook. Old Norse mistaka. Boy, I'd like to wipe that. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Master Mask? Zavari. Oh, that's famous tear of Amon, magnificent jewel. It shows a magnificent... Furthermore... Descendant, Zabari, Zabaru, Zabara. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the... I need to save. Because I'm about to die. I'm about to die. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. Was it a good? Ooh.
Hold it!
And just see. And again, Mr. Bullard, whoever. I still don't believe. Where was the part where we could choose a statement? It was like either to push it or not. Leave it. I can't stand to hear any more of this long-winded stories. I'll hold off on pressing him further for now. That's fine. Please continue your testimony.
Oh, I was looking forward to the one long-winded stories.
It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. How can I prove it wasn't? How can I prove it wasn't? Found Ron Delight in the room. Chat, did I make a mistake? Did I present the wrong thing? Or maybe, I don't know. I can only think of presenting the black. They obviously want me to use the blackmail letter, and I can only think of putting it here on the next one. But both times it's told me I was wrong. I'm getting bipolar. I'm gonna assume I presented the wrong thing earlier. So I'm gonna try again. That's probably what happened, so... Objection! It was it. Mind if I ask a few questions, Detective Atme?
Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright.
When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron the Light, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction.
Contradiction? I don't know where you're walking I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that.
You want to talk?
At times like these, men are able to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Indeed. Time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter.
What do you mean? Can I actually... it's in the blackmail letter I just presented. First heist, guard, and photo, touch, stolen. What is the contradicting thing? Why don't you love us, Godot? Why? Why do you have to be such butt? Let's see, what did the blackmail letter say exactly? What is contradicting? Check. If you want your true identity to be revealed, you will come to KB Security and bring 50,000. If you don't, I will take that red diamond you received the other day instead. That red diamond. Red diamond. And... red diamond. What does the newspaper... stolen, the gem of da-da. Doesn't really tell us anything. This right here. Tear Emerald, Amon, Crown of Bongora, Left Hand of Hades, Portrait of Mijana. Alright, so the only jewel is the tear, and the tear is blue. That is your contradiction, Your Honor. He doesn't have a red jewel. This thing says, that newspaper said that it was blue. That emblem on the thing is blue, not red. Where is it? So where is it, Your Honor? You need a better ordering system. Can't you just take my word for it? Newspaper clipping right here. This is blue, not red. Take that! Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Aman, the stolen jewel.
What about it?
The problem is just this jewel's color.
Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself.
According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, it's totally different. It's a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day.
Red?
Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Aman that Dumask stole at all.
Objection!
Your point is, Mr. Trite? So you are trying to say that the blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Trite? What is it you're trying to say, Mr. Wright?
Well, what are you trying to say? Right, Nick?
Yes. This is who Cain Ballard was actually blackmailing.
Take that!
Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You have been personally involved with every single Dumas case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward.
Jewel?
Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. The red diamond ring. That is the diamond ring referred to in the letter, which means that Cain Ballard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you.
Order in the court. I'm order, I say. Order, I say. It seems I've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Wright.
I don't like the way he said that.
Cain Ballard blackmailing Look at me. Are you for real?
Yes, I am.
Nick, come on, stand up to him.
The answer is, then answer me this. The blackmail letter contained the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world... Yes, it certainly does. Cain Ballard threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity?
Atme killed Cain Ballard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret?
This is what it all comes down to, Nick.
The identity that Luke Atme wanted to desperately keep secret was his identity as an ace detective, as Dumask, as a blackmailer. Luke Atme as a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Cain Ballard was the one blackmailing Luke Atme. Are you saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that?
You have to admit, that does sound a little odd.
It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Cain Ballard was blackmailing Luke Atme. But Ron Delight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Deer of Amon heist. After that, they started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from a very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans.
Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Ron Delight was actually the mask.
That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the new plan and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atme.
Shh! Silence! Now I see, it's all becoming clear.
But what is?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong?
How did you...
You say that I, Look at Me, was blackmailing Ron Delight. In which case, I would naturally know about his relation to the mask.
Well, yes.
Ron Delight started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed the first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise.
In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Look at Me know that Ron Delight was the mask? During the first sight. Because he found the thing. He found the thing! The costume. How do I present that? How do I present that he found the costume? I don't have the costume. Unless I use the promotional thing. You guys think maybe? Check. I'm gonna die if I get this wrong, and I didn't save. He found the costume. In the trash can, right? That had to be it. I didn't save, chat. This is. Does this here? I don't know. How do I prove? During the first crime, how did Look at Me know that Ron Delight was the mask? During the first crime. Now, what do we have from the first crime? We have the brooch, the newspaper. Would we present the newspaper? He's looking at his photo, newspaper clipping. They would have to be here. Like, he found it and he knew that that Ron was mask to mask because of this newspaper. Right? It has to be. There's no other thing. We have nothing else from the first crime. That's literally the only thing. The only other thing is, like, that he mentions that he's being blackmailed after that. So, if... Take that! I think I see it.
See what?
When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention.
What do you mean?
This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Ron Delight in his guard uniform. It seems that the mask didn't just appear into thin air. Didn't just disappear into this thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket.
What? That sounds far too stupid to be true.
Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask the mask was...
It wasn't supposed to be mask to mask. Look, he's the ace detective.
I can't believe this Simon blackmailer.
What a fraud! Trying to get past the ace detective.
How dare you expose me like that? Why, I mean, I never blackmailed anyone in my life. I am a famous and proud detective, and I'm also a mask to mask. Why can't you understand that?
I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity.
Why, you? How dare you even imply that I am the cause of fools? You're doing the way to make malice words of fools. Consider me being the ace detective at the hand of the blackmail, all the things. I might have to laugh. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer.
That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme.
Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme.
Objection!
The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim.
What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling.
That allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
You don't get much more in your face than that.
It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Wright. But what do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Look at Me was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bull. But there's still one thing you have yet to prove.
What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse of a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered.
No way!
Order, in the court. Well, Mr. Wright.
This is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office at the night.
But can you really prove that?
That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer.
That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense... Can I prove that? Do I have anything to prove that Luke Atme was over there? I'm not gonna get... apparently I'm not gonna get a whatchamacallit if I'm wrong. But I'd rather be sure that I can. Wooden box in the hand, secret bit, nope. Mass, high snap. Buzzer went off. The buzzer? Because Luke wears... And there was no fingerprints, but it was pressed, obviously, by the killer. But is that proof? Not really. Anybody could wear gloves and then run away. Definitive proof. Definitive proof. Definitive proof. Definitive proof. Definitive proof. I don't think I have anything. I can't. I can't prove it.
Just as I thought.
But if we hear more of Detective Atme's testimony...
Objection!
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trite.
What do you mean?
I won't allow any more testimony. That's what I mean.
What?
Have you forgotten Luke Atme is here after the interruption of his own trial? And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial, then face his guilty verdict as Mask du Mask.
No.
Well, now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective, as well as Mask du Mask. My verdict will verify that. And as Ron Delight will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with my full force of my ace detectiveness.
I thought he was going to say more.
Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over this witness.
I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is...
Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and...
By then, it'll be too late.
Huh? But why?
Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law.
Double jeopardy?
Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts. And it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as the mask, which means he will be innocent as far as the murder of King Bullard is concerned.
No way.
The fact that you were able to prove Mr. Atme's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Cain Bullard's murderer.
Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atme, will go free.
You have cross-examined every statement that the witness has made here today. As long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atme.
Objection!
I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result.
How did you?
Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets.
That voice. No way.
Long time no see, Phoenix.
Mia! This is the true power of the Kurdian channeling technique. I know it is really Maya who's standing before me, but right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey.
Now, let's do this thing.
Let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine.
Not yet. The testimony's not over yet.
But what do you mean?
Your Honor, just now you said it's something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today.
Yes, that's true, but...
Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks.
Well, now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as the masked. The mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delight will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever.
Very well, then shall we prove their importance via cross-examination? At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor?
Is something the matter, Mr. Godot?
Nothing.
Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it.
Huh?
It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear the last bit of the cross-examination.
Mr. Godot, what are you...
Very well then, Mr. Luca and me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks.
The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer.
So please, give us one last bit of testimony.
Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance.
Yes, Chief. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I also was able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. And the button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim, likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zabari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy.
This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well.
The witness' earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of these points to have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything.
But of course.
But how did you know about the emergency buzzer?
And the police investigations document went directly through me. And I always look over the documents. It's elementary, sir, lawyer.
Actually, the documents didn't even go through the police. They didn't even know it sounded. They said it didn't sound.
Are you going to make even more trouble for us now, sir lawyer? I will not allow any of the usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
We cannot postpone Luke Adme's trial any longer. This is your last chance.
Hang on a sec. Just one chance? Then let me save the game real quick.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Wright. We're just waiting for him to save the game real quick. Just gonna wait for him to load up from the save point.
Yeah, I'm hurrying.
Okay, we're back.
Just one chance?
It seems that the party is about to begin.
Well, Phoenix,
there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony.
so it would seem.
What do you mean, so it would seem?
Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions. Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out the case-breaking contradiction, you lose. And that's all there is to it.
cup, number 17. The last cup. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial.
I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony. And I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it.
Remember, you only get one chance.
Very well, then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Indeed, it is true that I was not a lordly tailor.
Okay, I can't press him on anything, I'm pretty sure, unless it's actually contradictory.
I had to leave and see about another vitally important job request.
I have nothing there.
I had known about the date before, so I had this photograph readied.
Sure you did.
My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight.
Maybe. That might be something. So that was a fourth statement, and that could be a maybe.
And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once.
See, that's peculiar. But it did only sound once. I can't discredit you on that.
The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why?
It's true, it didn't have any fingerprints.
The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it.
Yes, the killer did sound it. You did sound it.
Mr. Delight was wearing his mask, the mask outfit, which is why he left no prints.
Maybe? Yeah, that doesn't really...
And the blackmail letter? The victim likely mistook the color of the jewel.
I don't know about that. That seems a bit fishy. Like, you can't mistake a giant blue jewel for red. That is not...
Zabri! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy.
No? This cross-examination is the only chance I have to nail him. Somewhere there's a huge contradiction, and I've got to find it.
As far as I can see, there is no evidence that contradicts his testimony. All you can do is press him, and you only get one shot.
Mr. Light was wearing his outfit, which is why he left no prints. Which is why he left no prints. Bum, bum. Which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, you mistook. See, those two things right there is what. The fourth statement and these two statements are the fishiest one. Zavadi, therefore the evidence points to this. They both have gloves on all the time. Zavadi and the mask, or whatever his name is. Had known of the date beforehand, so I readied this. Wait a second. When did we learn that he was wearing his outfit? We learned it during the trial, correct? So hold on. The victim and his left prints sounded, and what means the victim would have left prints if it sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask de mask, because we didn't even know, the police didn't know this either. The prosecution was like, I didn't know that. And then the judge was like, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And then even this right here. So, what is this gonna be? Is it gonna be objection here? Hold it. You guys wanna hold it with me? We're gonna object together, but it's gonna be a hold it. In 10 seconds, we're gonna be having a holding power. So, I don't know. It's probably hard. You know how to do this. You guys will figure this out. Hold it!
Hold it!
Mr. Atme, about this last remark.
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you, Wright? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement.
I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot.
What?
Mr. Atme, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder.
But how can you say that?
Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask outfit. Is that correct?
Indeed. That's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof.
More like your deductions prove that you're a fool.
I'm sorry? Whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty.
When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Mask when he went to the scene of the crime?
That was, It was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare.
Did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry. I never had a chance to mention it up until now.
That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There is no way that you should have known about that.
Yeah!
You were in the next room being tried as a mask. And then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information?
Well... Come on. This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand.
Objection!
And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out.
Only one way, you say?
Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there.
For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
Objection.
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker. So there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Look at Me.
Objection.
It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head.
Just what are you implying?
Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight.
Impossible.
Detective Atme, you saw the mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him and you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. And that was the only way you could have known what he was wearing.
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, a tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday.
But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time.
That was an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke at me, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. Upon killing his blackmailer, Look at Me tried to frame Ron Delight. He claimed to be guilty as mask in order to escape his true crimes.
And to that end, he came up with this plan. To use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi.
At any rate, it would seem we've finally found the truth.
Excuse me.
I came perilously close to besmirching the record of a young, innocent man. He's besmirching him with the title of murderer.
Don't ignore me.
Oh, I didn't realize you were there.
Why wouldn't he be?
About the verdict.
I know. You never committed any murder.
That's right. I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am mask.
Huh?
So, thanks to the trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy?
Now that you mention it, I've been careless.
Careless? What do you think, Mia?
As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant cannot be tried twice for a crime in which he was found innocent.
Then Mask is really innocent?
It would seem so. For now.
For now?
Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty.
Boy, this is really lucky. This isn't good. It isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I'm still masked. You did it, Phoenix.
Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me as much these days.
Oh?
I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days.
You mean about becoming the master of the Korean channeling school?
Becoming the master, which means saying goodbye to our mother.
Misty Faye, right?
Watch over her, will you, Phoenix?
Of course.
Well then, see you around.
Mia.
Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, Mr. Delight.
Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that it happened. Come on, just be happy already.
Maya.
You've been cleared of the murder charges, and you got off as the mask to boot. But in exchange, I've lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from security, becoming mask to mask. And I did it all for one reason. For her.
You mean your wife, Desiree?
She hates criminals more than anything.
Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she?
She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Securities and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure.
So, that's why you became Mask. The Mask.
Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick?
Right.
Really? Can we get back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it.
I can? I kinda wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. I mean, look at this broken thing here. We mended it back together, and it's pretty good. It even has cool little pink spots and stuff. Here.
Take that!
The secret urn. Desi was the one who found this.
Desiree, your wife. She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything.
There you are.
Miss Delight.
You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but I suppose you don't want anything to do with me, do you?
Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really masked either. Miss Delight, are you going to do now? What are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it?
How could I ever leave a wonderful man like let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away.
But didn't you say that you hated criminals?
Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective.
I see.
My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous.
Chivalrous?
I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Dancing.
That's right. You really do love Ron, don't you?
Nicky boy.
Yes?
I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy.
I can feel my face going red.
Mr. Nick! Mystic Maya! Congratulations!
Talk about bad timing.
Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife and Mystic Maya right here!
No, it's nothing.
I'll never forgive you, ever!
So just as the case came to a close, so did my consciousness. Ron said, "A broken bowl can never be put back together." But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Brand new episode has been added. And guys, we're gonna watch a preview of the coming new episode. Don't go away.
Next time on Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Recipe for Turnabout, Episode 3. That's enough! The court sees no reason to prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear, no reason to misinterpret the facts.
It wasn't me. I swear. It wasn't me.
The evidence of the testimony has been heard inconclusive. The victim was alone at the table, drank and other coffee.
No, you're wrong. I know I saw. I saw. I saw someone else there. A man. He was the real killer. Won't anyone believe me?
Well, I'd say it's pretty much wraps up the case, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright?
The court finds the defendant guilty. This court is adjourned.
At the start of a new year always makes me feel like I can take up the world.
I bet it does, Maya.
So, I've decided to our resolution to be Zafari, take on the world. What do you think?
Sure, whatever, Maya. But I think maybe you had enough mistletoe cake.
Never, you got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's, practically a tradition. Like watching TV and fireworks and the board games.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe.
Happy New Year's, Detective.
Likewise. Now listen up, White. I wanna...
Here's another fruitful of a year's police cooperation.
Yeah, me too. Alright, pal. You've got some explaining to do.
Have you got the holiday present for me, Detective?
What? Well, here at this, it's nothing but,
Yay, thanks.
Look, pal, we need to talk. Have a seat. Take a seat.
Hey, what about Pearlie? You haven't forgotten her present, have you?
No, I mean, yes, I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose?
I guess I'm busted. How do you like my first practical joke of the year?
Very funny, pal. Now, let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this.
What is it? A magazine?
Hey, I want to see. Deadly poison brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced.
Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost tarnishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this?
It's a report, pal, about you.
Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling of this case.
Well, and don't tell me you don't think anything about it.
But I don't remember anything about it. When was that issue from anyway?
December of last year, which makes it last month.
Which
makes it old news, you mean?
But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December.
So what do you have to do? What and think about? Oh, so what do you think this is all about, Nick?
If it wasn't you, pal, then it leaves only one possibility.
No way. You don't mean
A
a phony, Nick?